Chapter 1765. Life forms were easily influenced by conditions, especially environmental conditions. For example, they came here from the distant Eight Elements realm. Since they had nothing to do, they subconsciously thought that since it was something from this place, it must have something to do with this place, right? It was impossible for them to think that it was something from another world. Moreover, this was the Three Elements realm, where 99% of the living beings didn't know what the void was. It was even more impossible for them to think that it was something from another world at once, right? Furthermore, this was the Three Elements realm, where 99% of the living beings didn't know what the void was. Even the things they saw in the realm of the gods were basically things from the realm of the gods, unless some half-dead alien suddenly decided to bury himself in the realm of the gods and left something behind. However, in that place, crossing the void and the void was too common. It was not hard to imagine. Then, their cognition was restricted. That's right, whether it was Maple or him, they were all suppressed here. If he had not thought of something, they would probably be here staring at this photo for the whole night. Even the heavens did not know that this thing was from another world. After all, it could only manage its own territory. It could not manage other people's things. So, Yun Nuoshing took the phone from Huey's hand and looked back and forth for a while. Then, she looked up and said, "How do you know that this is from another world? Where did you get the information? Or is it just intuition?" Hui grinned and suddenly pointed at a pattern on the photo. The pattern looked like a mountain. The top part of the mountain and the bottom part of the mountain were both buried in the ground. The mountain was also wrapped in a circle. "Look at this." Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and looked up at him. "Don't tell me that this is the realm of the gods." How do you know?" Hui was about to say something and was stunned when Yun Nuoshing said it first. "It's really?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a few seconds. Speechless, she placed her hand on her forehead and said, "I was just guessing. After all, you must have come from another galaxy so quickly. You could only recognize some symbol from here. Plus, you pointed it out to me so cheekily. The only thing I can think of is, how did you know that this symbol is from the realm of the gods?" Hui smiled a few times and slowly said, "Feng, that's the universal pattern that other worlds made for the first great world of the Eight Elements realm. We, the people of the divine realm, have our own logo, but it's only limited to the people of the divine realm. The recognition of our family must be based on their starting point. This is the pattern used to identify the people of the divine realm. I've also traveled in the Order Void. No matter what, they were all living beings who had traveled through tens of millions of worlds. Maple might be a bit less, but he had only traveled with them during the initial period of their expedition to other places. He had traveled to many worlds, but after everything had settled down, he had basically holed himself up in the God realm. He had truly traveled to many places, so he naturally knew about these things. But even if that's not the reason, you've actually seen this pattern before." Hui raised his hand and poked at the pattern. "This pattern was already there when we went on an expedition to other worlds. Feng, you were just too lazy to remember it." "Oh, that's a common occurrence." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him indifferently, then lowered her head to look at her phone. After a long silence, she slowly said, "That means this is a part of the galaxy that belongs to the Eight Elements realm. Considering the time in this world, it's something that happened recently? In terms of the timeline, it should be so." Hui nodded. "There are many other planets with life under the same galaxy as the realm of the gods. Basking in the light of the realm of the gods, the level of life has reached a rather high level. This huge star map might be in that galaxy. It's located outside of the realm of the gods. Looking at the galaxy, it can include the realm of the gods itself." Hui finished speaking and stroked his chin. "But this is just a direction. I'm actually quite worried that this is actually a manifestation of the void. Just try it one by one." Yun Nuoshing threw her phone to Hui and turned to look at the forest of stone pillars. She could not help but frown. If that's the case, actually, the problem is a bit serious. Don't you think? Hui was still looking down at the picture. After a while, he came back to his senses and his expression stiffened. All right. A map of the 8 elements realms galaxy has appeared in the realm of the 3 element. This matter itself is a bit serious. It's that, right? It's really that, Void joke. The people of the 3 elements realm went directly to the realm of the 8 elements, and not just that. Looking at the situation, it went there for some reason and turned back. In the end, it left all its belongings here. Did it die? God knows. Even the heavens don't know. Yun Nuashing looked around and sighed softly, shaking her head. Anyway, I'll first compare it with the galaxy where the realm of the gods is. As long as it's indeed in the galaxy where the realm of the gods is, and it just so happens that the realm of the gods is included in the observation, then I'll have a general direction. Using the power of the realm of the gods across 4 primordial realms. Hui could not help but laugh dryly when he saw the faint light overflowing from his body. After a moment of careful observation, he found that it was just using the perspective left in the realm of the god. It was not transferring power across the primordial realms. There was nothing unusual about that. To the realm of the gods, they were equivalent to half a clone. When necessary, they could indeed switch their perspective to the realm of the god. No matter how far away it was, as long as the realm of the gods was not blocked by the void, there would be no problem. Hui saw that Feng had entered a state of concentration, so he simply relaxed a little in place. After jumping for a while, Feng suddenly came back to his senses and stared at him with a rather strange gaze. Hui was startled and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Why is your expression so serious? Is there a problem? Yun Nuashing lowered her head to look at the photo and said slowly, for the time being, we've found the location. Using the realm of the gods' memories of the world, where it once existed as a standard search, we've found a position that matches 100% through external observation. This proves that there is indeed such a living star in the world where the realm of the gods once existed. The person who left this should have also recorded the scene that he saw at that time. The slightly vague statement obviously seemed to be deliberately hiding something. Hui, who had countless years of tacit understanding with her, could not help but look serious. Then, what's the factor that you're not sure about? Time. Yun Nuashing's beautiful eyes met his. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said lightly, making everything move against time, making the star go to the correct position, tracing back to the point in time where it once existed, the final position where time was fixed. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui and said slowly, the beginning of the 47th era. Hui and the little girl, who had been holding back for a while, were stunned. The beginning of the 47th era, in the light cluster of the same world as the realm of the gods, in a place half a starry sky away, an observation spot that matches 100% was found. The 47th era? Hui's eyes widened in the next moment. He said with horror, it's already the 56th era now. A total of 9 eras. In terms of the lifespan of the lower primordial realm, this is already countless times of destruction and rebirth. The history of this world is only slightly more than 10 billion years. How is it possible? The light cluster of the world where the realm of the gods was located was affected by the realm of the gods itself. Its lifespan was greatly extended in all aspects, including all the stars in it. Even though it had existed for more than 10 eras, it had not lost its vitality. Until now, it could still be seen that stars were constantly being born and destroyed. Some special stars had even burned for more than 10 eras. But that was the 8 primordial realms, and it was only special because it was affected by the realm of the gods. This place was the 3 primordial realms. Many conditions were. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to calm Hui down a little. Do you still remember that I told you about the characteristics of the abyss of myriad souls before we came here? This place has things that we can't figure out for the time being. He stroked his beautiful long hair with both hands and slowly said to himself, but since something has happened, there will be traces left. There will be marks of karma engraved in the laws, the void, or other places. There must be. Since this has happened, no matter the reason behind it, there must be a process and a reason for it. This is an established fact. We just have to pursue the process and cause of this fact. We just have to accept everything that has happened. That's how it is. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his long hair. But when I think about it, it still feels a little unbelievable. There are too many things that don't make sense. Yun Nuoxing looked around and said casually, I've asked you to do this. Can you do it? I can still do it. I can change the world core and adjust the strength of part or all of the laws to the extent that it can resist the void. I can guarantee that the world core itself will not be destroyed and preserve everything that once existed in this world. In this way, its birth and destruction can be exactly the same, or only the form after birth can be guaranteed to be the same. Then, I can preserve some of the more important things, such as this arcane realm. In this way, I can restore the scene that we see now, as if this world has not been destroyed after 9 eras. Hui scratched his head and thought as he muttered, although there is a little trouble in the middle, but that's what I mean. But it requires a considerable amount of power to do it. Yun Nuoxing pointed up. Do you still remember those things that we saw when we came to this planet? Those heavenly god-level marks. Yes, those things have existed for a long time. I'm afraid it's really like what I said. The beginning and development of this world have been solidified for some reason. Hui smiled bitterly. He remembered that pile of heavenly god-level marks. I keep feeling that it's a little interesting. This world seems to be hiding some secrets. But it's still the same problem. The people of the 3rd Yuan realm appeared in the 8th Yuan realm. The little girl looked up at them and said softly, the people of the 3rd Yuan realm, even the people of the divine race, have no way to break through the barrier of the Yuan realm and go to the 4th Yuan realm. However, some of the cracks and passages between the Yuan realms have a very low probability of opening. They can use this method to cross realms, and it's a one-way trip. There won't be a situation of crossing to the lower realms. That will lead to death. We know that too. When we first came here, we speculated about the situation here. We nodded. I even made a joke. I used up the luck of several lifetimes to come from the 3rd Yuan realm to the 8th Yuan realm. The probability is very low, but it's indeed possible. However, just the probability alone is already very difficult. Moreover, after crossing realms, they have to live in an unfamiliar place for countless years. The little girl curled her lip. The probability is tens of billions of times lower than the probability of the birth of an origin life form. So, do you think it's possible that the people of the 8th Yuan realm came here and brought people back? Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. These words reminded him of something. He remembered that in the diary that Heavenly Destruction God had written, she had once stayed in the lower primordial realm and had brought people back. It's indeed possible. Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked up at the stone door. Let's not talk about that for now. In short, the mystic realm in front of us was left behind by someone who went to the 8th Yuan realm. And for some reason, it returned here and left behind this mystic realm. Let's open the door first. You found a way. Hui quickly tilted his head. How do we open the door? I've already said so much. You still can't find a way to open the door? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him and pointed at the phone in his hand. She pointed at the ground full of stone pillars. The stars returned to their positions. Do you understand? The stars you mentioned. Hui pointed at the stone pillars in a daze. Don't tell me it's these stone pillars? In the scene of the starry sky that I found at that moment, apart from all the patterns on the ground, which are all the stars corresponding to the patterns, there is a considerable amount of celestial bodies that were left out. It might be these stone pillars with independent patterns. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment and her eyes flashed. That's what I thought at first, and I also wanted to say that. Hui smiled bitterly. You've already said what you thought. I just thought about it. Now I want to correct you. But these stone pillars have no signs of energy at all. I think that there might be some missing information. Among these thousands of stone pillars, there is no stone pillar that represents the realm of the gods. That is to say, it's not as simple as just returning them to their original places. Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and began to rub her bangs again. She looked around from time to time and stared at the stone door for a long time. She muttered to herself, if the key itself is not wrong, then could the remaining condition be on the door? Don't tell me you want to break the door? Hui could not help but tremble when he saw her expression. It was a very dangerous expression, indicating that she would make a move in the next second. Theoretically, yes. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She turned into a shadow and rushed out, causing Hui to suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it, he was overthinking and forgot that there were many innocent passers-by here. If he just rushed over and smashed the door with a slap, wouldn't that be boom? Wouldn't that be? Well, he forgot to stop her. The sudden loud noise from the underground palace made everyone who was resting in the corner tremble. They all stood up with a bang and looked in the direction of the door nervously and blankly. They saw that the girl with long colorful hair had slapped the stone door at this moment. The entire underground palace trembled for a while because of this. Gravel and stone powder kept falling from the walls and the ceiling. What are you doing? You scared me to death. Can't you let me rest? The young man in blue glanced at the person who was cursing and quickly took the lead to run over. He moved closer to Hui and asked, Miss, did you think of something? Hui laughed dryly and replied, It seems that I have found some clues. Now I just need to piece the clues together. Clues? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. What kind of clues would require them to break the door? The tumultuous underground palace shook for a while and slowly stopped. Yun Nuoshing landed from mid-air and looked up at the two stone doors that did not move. Everyone was also waiting, but there was no movement for a long time. They could not help but feel a little restless. Where's the clue? What clue? Is this your clue? You just slapped the door? Lu Wusheng could not help but sneer. Playing to the gallery, you might as well. Shut up. Yun Nuoshing looked back and glared at him fiercely. The power of the rules in her colorful eyes made everyone who saw this scene tremble fiercely. A strange impact surged into their hearts, as if they were being strangled by the Grim Reaper, making them unable to speak. He waved his hand and pointed to the side. If there's nothing else, go to the side. Annoying. Hui really wanted to know if he said, ordinary, or annoying now. He did not understand Feng's action of slamming the door. After all, he had been looking at the photo just now, and Feng had been staring at the door. The division of labor was clear. Perhaps Feng had already understood from the door. The place where he had slammed the door just now seemed to have some cracks. Oh, he seemed to understand. Feng, you punched the door on the right too. Hui hurriedly shouted. That's what I was thinking. Yun Nuoshing nodded and jumped into the air. She turned around and slammed her fist on the door. The entire underground palace suddenly shook again. Everyone even saw a shock wave when she punched. They did not know if it had broken through the sound barrier. After taking 2 consecutive punches from a certain killer weapon, the 2 doors finally moved no matter how abnormal they were. A series of creaking sounds came from above, and the sound became louder and louder. Just when everyone thought that the 2 doors were going to fall down together, suddenly, a piece of stone weighing a few hundred kilograms fell from above and hit the ground heavily, splashing a lot of sand and dust. Then, more pieces of stone peeled off from the stone door like raindrops. Everyone saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly stepped back. From afar, it looked like it was raining, and there was even dust on the ground. "This is the original appearance of the door?" the blue-clothed young man instantly exclaimed. The door that had been peeled off revealed its true appearance. The left door was dyed with a dark purple and a clear blue starry sky background, while the right door was a mix of orange and fiery red, reflecting two different starry skies. When the two doors revealed their original appearance, dozens of rays of light shot out from various parts of the doors and landed on the ground behind everyone, illuminating the forest of stone pillars. With the illumination of the light, everyone realized that the lines of the mysterious pattern on the ground were gradually becoming brighter. "It's going to open, it's going to open!" The blue-clothed young man clenched his fists excitedly. Just when everyone held their breaths and thought that the door would slowly open with a rumble, the lines on the ground suddenly extinguished and disappeared completely. Only the 50 to 60 rays of light were left shining on the ground, but there was no more movement. "Ah, what's going on?" the blue-clothed young man asked in surprise, his expression frozen in excitement. Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and rubbed her bangs, murmuring to herself, "The clue still needs to be adjusted. What a headache!" We also squatted on the ground with a troubled expression. The clue had been directly stated, not hinted, and the words were thrown right in their faces. This was the door left for the people of the Eight Elements realm to open, or for it to open itself in the future. But where did the person go? They didn't know. In the end, they didn't know what the guy left behind this secret realm for, and why he left it here. At this moment, everyone didn't say much. Lu Weiran waved her hand and asked everyone to go to the side. Yun Nuoshing was still looking up at the stone door. Hui was still comparing the stone pillars on the ground and the new rays of light. The little girl was running around, as if she knew something but couldn't grasp it. The little girl stared at the stone pillar that was close to the rays of light. After thinking for a while, she pushed the stone pillar hard and pushed it to the place where the rays of light shone. A rumbling sound shocked everyone. The stone pillar was ridiculously heavy. Even Earth Realm experts couldn't push it, but it was pushed by the little girl who didn't seem to have any sense of existence. "Well, it doesn't look right." The little girl stood on the stone pillar next to them and looked at the pillar that landed in the rays of light. She shook her head. Nothing happened. Obviously, the train of thought was wrong or the position was wrong. She turned and stared at the stone door. "There are 61 rays of light. What's the meaning of 61? The little girl didn't care about anything and directly shouted at Hui, "The number 61, does it have any special meaning in your world?" No, what meaning can it have?" Hui shook his head hard. Some of the rays of light shone on a stone pillar, and some on the ground. Just now, it looked like something was about to be activated, but suddenly it retreated. The so-called condition might have been revealed, but something was still missing. Could it really be like what Feng said and let the stars return to their positions? "Feng, let me see the star map from that time," Hui said through the soul transmission. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously threw the star map of the 47th era over. She was stunned. "What are you planning to do?" "I have to try something. Staying here isn't a solution." "Didn't you say that the stars have returned to their positions?" "Then I'll go and take a look." In the next hour, everyone watched Hui and the little girl move the stone pillars back and forth. The entire underground palace reverberated with rumbling and vibrating sound. At this moment, they could only be ornaments at the side, acting as spectators. Suddenly, they felt that they were a little redundant. Phew, it's done. Let's see the results. More than an hour later, we used the stone pillars to replace the missing stars on the ground. Then, he turned to look at the stone door. The door didn't move at all. The rays of light were still there. Chapter 1766. In the huge underground palace, the heavy stone pillars repeatedly smashed into the ground as we continued to move. Yun Nuoshing was numb and a little dazed. She did not understand what was going on. The young man in blue, who was standing by the side, could not help but walk to her side. He wanted to say something, but his eyes were full of confusion. When he saw the same confusion in the young man's eyes, he did not say anything. After moving the stone pillars back and forth, another long 2 hours had passed. It had been more than 10 hours since they arrived at this broken door. Everyone was a little impatient with this stubborn stone, a star-shaped door. However, other than the 3 people who tried to open it and seemed to know something, the others were in a state of confusion. At this moment, they could only wait patiently. After waiting for another half an hour, the young man in blue could not hold it in anymore. He quickly looked at Yun Nuoshing and muttered, "Miss, do you know something?" Yun Nuoshing glanced at him and turned to look at Hui. At this moment, the latter was squatting on the ground and pulling his hair in distress. He did not move for a long time. She did not know if he was tired from moving the things or was thinking about something. "I don't know." Yun Nuoshing shook her head in response. Hui might know something, but he did not know. If he knew something, it was definitely not something important. How important could it be if he could not remember it at this time? It had been half a day, but they were still stuck in front of the door. Yun Nuoshing seemed to hear a faint sound from someone's stomach. She had not heard this sound for a long time. Except for the 3 of them, the rest of the people present were not completely ordinary people. Even so, it was not to the extent that they did not need to eat. After standing here for half a day, they were indeed hungry. "Do you want to go back and rest?" Yun Nuoshing turned her head to look at the crowd. It was rare for her to speak to them. It might take a while to figure it out. The young man in blue rubbed his stomach and whispered, "I am indeed a little hungry. Uncle Lu, are you prepared?" Lu Weiran rolled her eyes and looked in the direction of the door. "The reserve troops are almost here. They are here to send us supplies. Well, just a meal." Not long after his voice fell, there was a burst of hurried footsteps from the direction of the door. More than a dozen people wearing a full set of magic tool battle robes rushed into the underground palace, their auras surging. Lu Weiran sensed that they seemed to have battled before and couldn't help but frown as she stepped forward to greet them. "How's the situation in the mystic realm?" "Sir, the changes in the environment have stabilized, and there shouldn't be any more changes in the next 12 hours. It's just that the situation outside isn't particularly good, but the situation in the underground palace is better," the new Alliance cultivator quickly responded with a salute. "In other words, if we can't solve it in a short period of time, we might have to retreat from here." Lu Weiran muttered. The newcomer nodded and said in a deep voice, "Sir, although this subordinate shouldn't talk too much, I still have to remind you that if there's really no other way, it's better to retreat as soon as possible. The situation in this secret realm is different from any secret realm we've ever controlled." Lu Weiran nodded and turned to everyone. "In short, let's take a break first." The young man in blue quickly ran to the big box that the newcomer was carrying. Although he was already prepared, he couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw that it was full of lunchboxes. Lunchboxes? Didn't you order something more high-end? I want to eat lobster. Kid, you're used to eating delicacies. You're picky, aren't you? Uncle Lu almost smashed his chopsticks on the young man's head and punched him fiercely. "It's good that there's something for you to eat in this damn place. If you don't eat, you'll starve for a while." The young man in blue grimaced and looked back at Yun Nuoshing. He was about to take another lunchbox, but he saw that Zhou Zibai had already taken it, so he could only give up. He took his portion and squatted in the corner. He sighed and put the food into his mouth with tears. His mind was full of things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the sea. Zhou Zibai came to Yun Nuoshing's side and whispered, "Mr. Feng, why don't you take a break first?" Yun Nuoshing turned his head and waved his hand at her. "Well, there's no need. We won't be hungry and we won't be tired so easily. It's just, sometimes we lack patience, such as now." He looked at Hui with his arms crossed and sighed. "After a while, if there's still no clue, it's almost time for me to open the door violently." Zhou Zhibai's expression stiffened, and she said weakly, "The door, won't it tear down the underground palace?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Compared to that, I think you should consider retreating." Zhou Zhibai was startled. Just as she was about to speak, she heard him continue, "Well, let's take a look first. I have a hunch that there shouldn't be anything good inside. Maybe it's not what you're looking forward to." Tilting his head, Yun Nuoxing saw the little girl biting her chopsticks thoughtfully. He sighed in his heart. The things in the Eight Elements world, no matter what the situation is, it won't be a good situation here. It's even more so for the natives of this world. If there are some old antiques hidden in it, it's actually better. With the strength of the locals, they don't have the ability to use those old antiques. Unless they blow themselves up, there won't be any danger. The quality of the old antiques in the Eight Elements world is top-notch in the Three Elements world. It's enough to last until the civilization of this planet breaks through the blue sky. However, just like how the Origin Energy and Origin Relics were a disaster rather than a blessing for Order lifeforms, these ancient artifacts were still a rather frightening hidden danger. This was especially true in this place where the Origin Heavenly God's protection was ineffective. If anything were to happen to these ancient artifacts, they would definitely explode. If that happened, this entire void might sink, and unless something unexpected happened, they wouldn't be here, so they wouldn't know what happened. After a meal, it was another long wait. Looking at Hui and the little girl pondering, Yun Nuoxing was about to doze off. At this time, he didn't know how much they were searching through their memories. If they couldn't find the exact location, it would be useless even if they knew the clues. Anyway, he didn't know these in his memory. He could only watch and see if Hui, who had a little impression, could come up with something. Hui was still puzzled by the stars all over the ground. He couldn't understand it no matter how he looked at it. From time to time, he would think of the number 61, that the little girl just said. Although it was the number of light beams on the door, he didn't quite understand the meaning of this number. Ah, the starry sky, you're just as maddening as the void. This stupid thing is making a brainless person like him start to have a headache. Why don't we just blow up the door? At worst, we'll blow up the things behind the door. This damn door, it doesn't look like the corresponding starry sky on the ground. What kind of constellation do you think these are? You even specially used a ray of light to mark them. Should I let Maple use the original light to compare the brightness? Speaking of which, there seemed to be people in the realm of the gods who had divided the stars in the starry sky into constellations. However, the people in the realm of the gods had lived for a long time. Once they wanted the information to keep up with time, it had to be updated continuously for more than 10 eras. Sometimes, when the stars in the star region were blown up, the constellation might directly change shape. Therefore, not many people studied this thing. They just looked at it at night for fun. Constellation. Huey's mind was suddenly swept clean. As if he had caught on to something, he stood up abruptly. The little girl beside him was so scared that she stood up as well. She looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Constellation. Hui suddenly punched the stone pillar beside him excitedly. The ground rumbled and shook for a while. He suddenly jumped up as if he had a stroke. Maple. I got it. Constellation. It's a constellation. Yun Nuoxing, who was yawning on the other side, was shocked by the sudden shout. Her sleepiness dissipated by a lot. Everyone in the underground palace also looked over. Constellation? The blue-clothed youth hurriedly went over. His face was full of curiosity. What constellation? It's... Hui subconsciously wanted to answer. When he saw everyone coming over, he suddenly calmed down. He rolled his eyes and waved his hand at everyone. Cough cough, wait a moment. After saying that, he pulled Maple to the side and pulled the little girl. The three of them gathered together and whispered softly. Everyone at the side was stunned. They were a little confused and stunned. The southern sky's 61 constellations? When Yun Nuoshing heard Hui mention this name, she frowned thoughtfully. After thinking for a long time, she still determined that he did not have this memory. I don't have any impression. Because you don't know about this, Hui said softly. That's something that happened in the neighboring world of the realm of the gods. Although it refers to the 61 constellations, it's not really a constellation. The southern sky's 61 constellations, but it's not really a constellation. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, Are you saying that it's a representation of 61 people? You went to the neighbor's place? Yes, something bad happened there. Because it's the neighbor of the realm of the gods, I went to deal with it. At that time, you were in seclusion, so I didn't bring you there. It was also during that time that I learned a lot of things. The southern sky's 61 constellations are equivalent to the ruler of their family. There's a total of 61 people. As Hui spoke, his expression became a little serious. Also, to be precise, it was actually a request for help. I brought people there to deal with it urgently. Request for help. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and began to think of the worst. What happened? Hui looked into her eyes and said word by word, Chaos attack. The little girl was stunned. The atmosphere changed instantly. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. This guy's atmosphere changed from a guy who was staring blankly at the sky with a bored expression to a dangerous person who was ready to destroy the void at any time. That was probably the first time I encountered the true power of chaos. Although I was already at the peak of origin in the 47th era and had begun to prepare for the path to the primeval realm, my understanding of order and chaos was far less than in the 51st era and now. At that time I could recognize it, but I couldn't. Which part of it you couldn't recognize? Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. Now that I think about it. Hui raised his head and fell silent. He was probably recalling and comparing. After thinking seriously for a long time, he slowly said, Maybe it's the power of chaos at the level of the concept body of chaos. In the 47th era, it fought to the neighboring realm of the gods. The little girl almost choked to death when she heard this. Her face was full of horror. It shouldn't be wrong. But it's a relatively lazy kind. That is, it doesn't have a strong will to fight. Moreover, it's not a clone of the concept body of chaos or something else. It should be a power that was divided. It's equivalent to the power of chaos that directly affects the divine shadow clan. It's just that this time, it didn't encounter a carrier and attacked in the form of pure energy. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and asked, What happened after that? After that? Your neighbor is gone. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly as he said this. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl were stunned. Defeated by the power of chaos? We used the power of chaos. Hui gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. After holding it in for a while, he stammered, Repelled it? Yes, repelled it. Then, when it left, it swept the entire continent away. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl. You call that repelled? This bastard was basically saying, after paying the price of 10 million lives, we finally ushered in victory. The enemy fled pathetically and even swept our house away. Anyway, it sounds more like, fled pathetically. The little girl couldn't help but say. But that's the situation that day. We couldn't help but smile bitterly. When our situation was getting more and more dangerous and terrible, I was ready to call for all the power of the realm of the gods to help at that time. It was also at this time that the power of chaos suddenly swept the continent that had turned into a purgatory and rushed into the void. It began to disintegrate and explode. The scattered power of chaos melted into the void. Then there was no then. Everyone present was in a state of confusion. I was still holding the magic circle like an idiot, ready to call for the power of the realm of the gods. I almost asked for your help. All in all, that was the first time in my life that I encountered the power of chaos. Then, it was barely a Pyrrhic victory. Huey's smile became even more bitter as he spoke. Even if the power of the chaos concept body was a little lazy, the power of the chaos concept body had turned the entire continent into a mess and almost wiped out. This was the outcome of the first battle with the chaos, and at that time, he hadn't reacted. After the surprise attack by the power of chaos, there weren't many people left on that continent. They were all brought back to the realm of the gods. 9 eras have passed, and it has long become one with the realm of the god. Yun Nuoshing turned to look at the stone door that manifested the starry sky. The message here, is it left for the people of that continent? Or is it that the message is to guide us to recall what happened on that continent? Maybe the latter. Hui also tilted his head. It was its fortune to be born with the realm of the gods. Because of that, it received conditions that other worlds didn't have. Its light was completely overshadowed by the realm of the gods, which was its misfortune. Therefore, even if it was a rather strong continent, not many people knew about it. The message left here is obviously to inform those who can understand this message, including the thing behind the door. The 3 of them fell silent at the same time. The one who left the secret realm here was either the life form that destroyed the continent or the people from the realm of the gods who knew about it. The little girl blinked and turned her head to whisper, "If that's the case, do we still have to bring people in? If we bring people in and continue exploring, won't it be dangerous? After all, it's something from the 8 elements realm." This is also a very difficult problem to solve. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. The 3 of them turned to look at the people who were waiting in the distance. Everyone was startled when they noticed that the 3 of them were looking at them with slightly strange gazes. These thoughtful gazes made it easy for people to think of a bad thing. "Do you think I should shout at them to go back now?" Hui smiled bitterly in a low voice. "They will think that we want to monopolize the secret realm." Yun Nuoshing spread her hands. "How about using spiritual suggestion? No, they are not ordinary people. We have to use a little bit more power than just a little bit. But if we use spiritual suggestion, I'm afraid that if we don't control it well, we will turn them into fools." Hui smiled bitterly. It was only at times like this, when they had to use a little bit more power, that they couldn't control themselves. They were completely used to the situation where they went on a killing spree in the void. Even if they were in a self-sealing state at this moment, their energy was not completely quiet. If they wanted to return to the situation where they only used a little bit of power a long time ago, they would have to calm down again for a long time. Right now, they were still in a flammable and explosive state. Then there's no other way. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief and hinted with her eyes. "Be careful when you walk. Now open the door. If we don't go in and take a look, we won't know what message the person who came here left behind. All right, let's take one step at a time. It's easy now that we know that it's the 61 constellations of the southern sky. I remember the pattern of the 61 people. If there are no accidents, the 61 light beams should be exactly where they are." Hui nodded and skipped towards the forest of stone pillars. He pushed the stone pillars back and forth again. This time, it wasn't as if there was no reaction after pushing for a long time. With the activation of rules and logic, the stone pillars that were illuminated by the light beams suddenly lit up brightly. The entire stone pillars were dyed in the color of the starry sky by that ray of light. Oh, there's movement again." The blue-clothed young man immediately jumped up. "This time, it will definitely open the door, right? If there are no accidents," Yun Nuoshing, who walked out from the forest of stone pillars, casually replied when she heard this. "So, little sister, do you know the mystery of this place?" The blue-clothed young man asked curiously. Everyone also pricked up their ears curiously. "You can say that." Yun Nuoshing nodded and gave a simple response. She didn't intend to continue speaking. This made everyone who wanted to listen to the secret of this place helplessly suppress the curiosity in their hearts. In the next few minutes, Hui quickly returned the 61 constellations of the southern sky to their positions. Yun Nuoshing noticed that when every stone pillar was placed in the correct position, the mysterious pattern on the ground would spread with a silver luster, as if something was about to be activated at the beginning. The starry sky-colored stone door would also tremble slightly and a handful of dust would fall. Buzz! After the 61 stone pillars were placed in the correct position, the mysterious pattern on the ground all lit up with a silver light. The starry sky stone door's light fell on the stone pillars and faintly reflected in the air, blending with the silver light. At the place where the light converged, everyone vaguely seemed to see a vast and boundless starry sky. They saw a huge island floating in the starry sky covered with billions of stars like stars surrounding the moon. Oh my, this even projected the pattern of the realm of the gods. Hui returned to Maple's side and saw the scene in the light. He almost sucked in a breath of cold air. The pattern of the realm of the gods floating in midair turned into fragments of silver light and exploded in the next second. It turned into specks of silver dust in midair and drilled into the starry sky gate in front of them. The gate also lit up with countless energy lusters with a click. The two gates silently opened inwards, revealing another similarly dim and dark space. Everyone who had been waiting for a long time became slightly excited when they saw this. Although it may not be of any use, I still want to mention it. Hui glanced inside and scratched his head as he looked at everyone. According to the history left behind in this place, it's most likely not fun inside. You spent so much effort to open the gate and not go in to have a look? The young man in blue couldn't help but mutter. He looked at everyone and frowned with a slightly unwilling look. He held the back of his head and said casually, I don't care if there's anything inside. I just want to walk around inside. What kind of strange request is this? Hui was stunned. This is, just walk around inside. The young man in blue nodded and smiled bitterly in his heart. After all, this is the mission requirement. But someone couldn't help but say, that's enough. Lu Weiran waved her hand and walked in front. She turned around and looked at everyone. They opened the gate. If you think that you can know more than others after being in a daze here for more than 10 hours, just rush forward. But if anything happens, you'll be responsible. Everyone instantly fell silent. Lu Weiran turned to Hui and said softly, we'll simply explore. If there's something wrong, you can give the order and all of us will turn back, okay? Okay, let's go. Hui nodded. Lu Weiran also nodded and led the people of the Alliance inside. Our alliance will lead the way. Pay attention to your surroundings. I feel that the atmosphere has changed. When everyone walked through the gate, Lu Wuxing, who was walking at the back, couldn't help but smack his lips. What's with the arrogance? Giving orders after opening the gate. Maybe it's just luck. Lu Yi stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder, shaking his head. Lu Wuxing saw this and could only reluctantly shut his mouth. The group walked into the space of the gate and felt that the surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees Celsius. An inexplicable chill surged into their bodies. Then, endless darkness swallowed all the remaining light in front of them. In the darkness, everyone immediately tried to spread out their divine sense. But after trying for a while, they couldn't sense anything. Their ears could only hear the sound of footsteps. In front of them was darkness where they couldn't see their own fingers. They couldn't see anyone and could only hear sounds. The nameless fear was like a demon's claw that squeezed their hearts. Even their breathing could not help but stop. Breathe. Concentrate. A faint voice suddenly rang out in the darkness, causing everyone who was about to be swallowed by the darkness to come back to their senses. Maintain your step. If you can't maintain your consciousness, then count how many steps you've taken. Zhou Zhibai heard the voice coming from the side. She couldn't help but stretch out her hand to feel around. Soon, she touched an arm. She subconsciously grasped it and asked nervously, Fengling, is that you? I'm here, don't worry. The response from the side made Zhou Zhibai breathe a sigh of relief. This place, it's a bit strange. Even my divine sense has been swallowed. I can't even go an inch out of my body." The voice of the blue-clothed youth came from the darkness, causing a commotion. "Is it too late for me to quit now?" Hui suddenly let out two sinister laughs. "I just told you. It's too late to regret now. Look behind you." Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked back. It was endless darkness. The light in the underground palace had completely disappeared. They didn't know when the gate had been closed silently. Looking back at the front, there was endless darkness. It was dark and deep, as if something existed in the darkness. Chapter 1767. In the endless darkness, many places seemed to be similar. The darkness seemed to be similar, and the faint suppression seemed to be similar. However, it was not as pure as the void. In fact, the darkness here was just darkness. The space was not narrow. In the senses of Yun Nuoxing and Hui, the space in this place was actually slowly getting bigger. Taking out a light at this moment was actually, TSK, the flashlight doesn't work. Can this place even swallow light? The sound of a switch clicking in the darkness made Hui, who had just come up with this idea, laugh dryly in his heart. It seemed that ordinary light would not work. The darkness here was after all, well, it was probably pure darkness that suppressed some senses. They should be able to use a little energy to illuminate it. However, at this time, they should not do those eye-catching things. When they opened the door, it had become very suspicious. They came out for a vacation and did not want to get into trouble. It was better to keep a low profile for the rest of the journey. When Hui made up his mind to control himself, the surrounding scene seemed to begin to glow slightly. "There's light, it's gradually brightening." The blue-clothed young man's muttering made everyone quickly hold their breath and look around. The first place where a faint light began to appear was the road beneath their feet. A deep blue color appeared in the dusky darkness. Many spots of light appeared faintly on the ground and gradually became brighter. The area was also continuously expanding. When the blue road beneath their feet became very clear, the scene in front of them also became very clear. When the eyes that were looking forward caught sight of this scene, some people could not help but exclaim softly. Their voices were filled with amazement and disbelief. The light of billions of stars turned into the only light in this dim setting, flickering in the distance. The light of the endless falling stars turned into substance, paving a starry avenue under their feet that led to the galaxy. In the distance, there were stars flashing in front of their eyes, dragging a long tail, like a distant meteor. In the place where the meteor disappeared, a huge shadow revealed its true body with the rapid bright light. It was a huge planet. Its huge volume lay directly in front of the starry avenue, looking very oppressive. The bright light came from the right side. Some people turned their heads curiously and took a few steps back when they saw the source of the light. It was a fiery red giant, huge in size. As long as you turned around, you could see its magnificent figure. It was as if you could reach out and touch it. It was the most expansive background in the starry sky. The red giant was actually very far away from them, but because it was so huge, it looked very close to them. Furthermore, there was definitely some energy or rules left behind here that had been processed. With their self-sealed, mortal bodies, they could directly see the outline of the star without being blinded by the endless sea of light. This could only mean that there had been some kind of arrangement here. It should have been done deliberately by the person who left behind the secret realm. "Wow!" Zhou Zhibai couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "The starry sky. I didn't expect to see the starry sky in this life." She suddenly leaned close to Yun Nuoxing's ear and whispered, "Mr. Feng, is this what you saw in the starry sky?" "Well, from our point of view, it is indeed so." Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly and said, "The starry sky left behind in this secret realm is a real starry sky. It is a place that has been artificially processed, so your eyes can directly capture the faint traces of light instead of being drowned out by the fire of the sun. With your eyes, you should not be able to see such a scene. What you see should only be lumps of scorching light. It can't be called a beautiful scene. In fact, if you really came to the normal starry sky with such a scene, you would have been burned to death, or died of lack of oxygen, or your bodies would explode from the air. Zhou Zhibai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "That is to say, someone deliberately left this scene so that we can see such a magnificent starry sky." Hui tilted his head and looked at Feng and said in their souls, "How is it? Is it the starry sky of the realm of the gods?" "No, it's just an ordinary starry sky. There is no shadow of the realm of the gods here." Yun Nuoxing shook her head, and the senses that she had secretly released were now retracting from a distant place. "The starry sky is very large, and the rules are complete. It is not the rules of the 8 elements realm. There should be nothing to pay attention to. For most living beings, the starry sky was a fantasy country that they yearned for but could not reach. It was not easy to come to a place that was exactly the same as the starry sky outside, so they emptied their minds and stared with all their might. They even took out their phones and other things and had the time to take a panoramic view. Feng Ling, here Zhou Zhibai wanted to say something to Yun Nuoxing, but when she turned around, she saw the 3 of them huddled together and discussing something. From time to time, they stretched out their fingers and pointed at the starry sky, as if they had found something worth paying attention to. Zhou Zhibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of which, Mr. Feng and the other 2 seemed to be able to cross the starry sky at any time. They might have seen such a scene too many times, so they were not too amazed. They were more concerned about the space of the secret realm itself. "Look, there is something in front." Someone suddenly pointed to the front and said, drawing everyone's attention from the starry sky to the front. They all turned their heads and looked forward. At the end of the avenue of stars under their feet was a huge platform. It was simply a platform suspended in the starry sky. There was nothing special about it, and they couldn't see anything around it. The last part of the avenue of stars took them a full half an hour to successfully reach the platform. Standing here and looking into the distance, it was as if they were looking at another piece of land. The hundreds of people standing on the square platform were like a grain of rice. They didn't know how spacious the platform was. In the center of the platform was a mark engraved on the ground. If they calculated the area, it should be 1/10 of the size of the platform. It was a sea urchin mark. "This place is empty." Lu Weiran looked around and quietly looked back at the 3 people walking in the middle of the group. She thought for a moment, then said to the people of the Alliance, "Let's gather first. The situation here is strange. It is not what we thought. If we are separated and encounter something, it will be difficult to deal with it." It took them more than 10 minutes to jog from the landing point to the center of the huge platform. At this time, everyone had more or less recovered from the shock and amazement of the starry sky. They focused their attention on the platform in front of them. Only now did they notice that it was empty. If the wind blew, there was nothing to block it. They couldn't help but be stunned. Is there really nothing? Maybe there is something. It just depends on whether someone is willing to take it out. A strange voice suddenly sounded from the side, startling everyone. They turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. It was the big guy from the Lu family whose brain was full of muscles. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. "What are you looking at? Did I say something wrong?" Lu Wuxing rolled his eyes at everyone and spat on the ground. He cursed at Yun Nuoxing and the others and shouted, "We've already come this far. Are you still planning to hide it?" Everyone's expression was strange. This guy's words, Yun Nuoxing and the others were discussing the design and layout of the space. Before they could figure out what was inside, they were suddenly shouted at. The 3 of them were also stunned. They looked at each other, with the words "This guy has a problem with his brain" written all over their faces. They then lowered their heads and continued to mutter, ignoring him. Lu Wuxing, who was directly ignored, was so angry that the veins on his head were about to explode. He was already hostile to Yun Nua planet, and now he was angry. Just as he was about to walk forward, the blue-clothed young man suddenly blocked his way. Hey hey, you idiot whose brain is full of muscles. Did you eat the wrong medicine when you were born? The blue-clothed youth crossed his arms in front of him and blocked his path. He turned his head and looked at Louis. You don't plan to control your own people? It's not wise to let him go out and bite anyone he catches. Everyone rolled their eyes. You're just a little firecracker of the imperial capital. No one has the right to talk about others. Louis looked at Lu Weiran, who was about to turn her attention to them. He stepped forward and pulled Lu Wuxing. He shook his head at him and pulled him back without saying anything. The blue-clothed youth rolled his eyes and curled his lip. The Lu family is really hard. They spent so much effort to raise this guy. Unfortunately, he's a guy whose brain is full of muscles. He's also a brainless guy who doesn't want to listen to anyone. Louis can hold him down once or twice, but he can't hold him down forever. Looking at how this guy with grass growing on his head is holding back his energy to cause trouble, I'm afraid he'll cause trouble. The sound of cursing suddenly disappeared. Yun Nuoxing also shifted his attention slightly. He raised his head and saw the blue-clothed young man revealing a bright smile at him. He used his eyeballs to point at Lu Wuxing, who was nestled at the side. He could not help but roll his eyes at the young man. Well, the space here is hidden by the rules. It will take a while to unlock it in this state. A faint light flickered in Huey's hand and a looming chain appeared in his palm. Compared to this, is it really okay for us to unlock it layer by layer like this? The owner of the secret realm doesn't seem to want outsiders to touch the things hidden here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put a mystery at the door and an empty shell to hide everything. Yun Nuoxing nodded. The situation here seemed to be like this. The door was the first layer of encryption, and there was a hidden thing behind the door. These things were not left for ordinary people to see. These things could not be unlocked by the creatures of the three elements realm. They were left for special people to check the situation, or they were left for themselves in the future. However, he still did not understand why they left these things in the three elements realm. Those who had the ability to cross realms and left behind things that could not be destroyed for several eras had to be at least in the divine realm. Why did they leave these things in the three elements realm? Why did they leave them in the three elements realm? The traces of the eight elements realm are a disaster in the lower elements realm. The little girl suddenly spread her hands and sighed. When I was wandering around in the greater elements realm, I saw some things from the upper elements realm in the lower elements realm. Most of them are from the eight elements realm. A small portion is left behind by people from the seven elements realm. For the people of the lower elements realm, touching them casually will result in destruction. Hui laughed bitterly. This is quite rare in the entire void. Our world is already in such a situation. There shouldn't be many who still have the mood to go to the lower elements realm. Not many. The little girl continued to spread her hand. But just one is dangerous enough. Trash needs to be sorted. Other places have the effect of shielding and suppressing, except for this place. You see, isn't this situation exactly the same as that extremely dangerous situation? Let's assume that the power left behind by Feng Ling in this world is at full capacity and in its complete state. If one is not careful, it will explode. Hui thought carefully. Then, I think the three elements realm might have to go through a lot of trouble to repair it on a large scale. Yun Nuoxing. Don't talk about me in front of me. Cough cough. Hui coughed dryly. The ball of light in his hand suddenly emitted a brighter light. Then, it exploded with a bang, turning into fragments of light and dissipating in the starry sky. He laughed softly and said, "All right, then I won't talk about you. We should move on. No matter what is hidden here in the end, since we are here, how can we not cause trouble, cough, cough, how can we not take a look around?" The rules of this space had been broken by brute force. Yes, it was a brute force break this time. Although the scale was a little small and there was no movement, the space had not officially changed. It still needed a little stimulation. Got it. I'll let you open the way. We looked around and found that the blue-clothed youth was strolling around with nothing to do. He suddenly grinned and flicked his finger. A gust of wind blew through the starry sky. The blue-clothed youth had just lifted his left foot when the gust of wind that contained the aura of the starry sky suddenly blew past, causing him to stagger. He staggered 2 steps forward and stepped on the sea urchin symbol in the center of the platform. He fell flat on his face. Buzz, the buzzing sound of energy suddenly sounded. Everyone on the platform was shocked. They turned their eyes abruptly and saw the small firecracker lying on the sea urchin symbol. The symbol emitted a faint white and orange light. Suddenly, some white shadows appeared in the starry sky in front of the platform. It was as if something was floating from the starry sky little by little. The white color faded and became solid. A starry avenue leading to the starry sky appeared in front of them. It was a slender passage with hundreds of millions of stars surging. Compared to the passage dotted with stars just now, it was more like a long river cast by light. At the end of the long river, in the distance, there was another vast scene. A huge floating island was quietly suspended in the starry sky. Its length and width made it difficult to take in the entire floating island at one time. Its majestic size was more shocking than a star. Just looking at it made people's hearts tremble. You fell and created the road? The blue-clothed youth scratched his head and jogged forward with a smile. Since when did you have a talent for luck? When everyone saw the bridge, that looked like a river of stars, they hurriedly ran over. However, this road that looked like it was made of countless streams of light did not look very safe. They kept feeling that if they stepped on it, they would fall into the starry sky. Although this starry sky scene could no longer be described with common sense. It's amazing. This passage is completely cast by light. The 2-4C realm elders of the Alliance couldn't help but sigh. The ancient powerhouses could still do this? I can't imagine what kind of grand scene it would have been in that distant time. Lu Weiran stood in front of the Bridge of Light and pondered for a moment. He nodded to everyone and stepped on the bridge. The moment his foot touched the ground, his body suddenly turned into a fiery red ball of light. With a whoosh, he rushed toward the top of the bridge. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. They looked at the light that Lu Weiran had turned into for a while and saw that he was fine. They also walked onto the bridge cast by light and turned into balls of light that rushed toward the floating island. A passage for the transformation of energy form. We studied it for a while and nodded. As expected, this was left behind by the people of the destroyed continent. This is the passage from their home. I haven't seen the exact same technology in the starry sky yet. The 3 of them also turned into balls of energy and surged on the Bridge of Light. We then continued. It seems to be made with reference to the characteristic of turning into energy form for a short while after crossing the world barrier. In fact, it contains a lot of the power of rules. In terms of speed, it seems to be able to reach the level where there is no speed limit in the form of rules, which is instant transmission. That island seems to have been torn off from something. The little girl's voice came, causing Yun Nuoshing and Hui to turn their gazes. The huge island floating in the starry sky had an overlooking angle of more than 100 million miles. It was fine to look at it from the front, but if one looked at the side of the floating island, one could clearly see that there was a huge tear on the side and directly behind them. It seemed to have been forcibly torn off from somewhere. There were many huge pieces of broken stone floating on the other side of the tear. Under the illumination of countless starlight, countless shadows were cast on the back of the island. It looked a little shocking. We looked at Feng. Energy traces? 0. Well, for the time being, there is no energy. But this island doesn't look like a product of the 3 elements realm. Look at its huge size, there is no need to think about it. It is definitely a special product of our 8 elements realm. The only thing we pay special attention to in the eight elements realm is the size. It has to be big. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He could not deny this point. A city in the Pantheon realm could easily span hundreds of thousands of miles. Ordinary planets with life were dozens of times larger than the planets here. The same was true for the size of stars, not to mention the size of galaxies. Just like the floating island in front of them that spanned 100 million miles. In short, this thing was definitely a product of the eight elements realm, and it was only a part of it that was torn off. They did not know how big the main body was. The teleportation on the Galaxy Avenue ended in 10 minutes. Balls of light landed on the floating island and returned to their original form. They looked around and saw that there were also buildings on the huge floating island. In addition, there were also mountain ranges. It seemed to be divided into many huge regions. It was a completely different world. When they arrived on the floating island, they saw that there were countless pieces of debris of different sizes floating in the starry sky around the floating island. It was difficult to count how many pieces of debris there were in each of the rings. I'm afraid there are more pieces of debris here than in the asteroid belt. Their sizes are generally bigger than that. Could it be that a huge planet was blown up here? Someone could not help but ask. We wanted to say that it was the dandruff that was produced when it was blown up. Well, seeing the serious atmosphere here, he did not say it. The buildings in the distance were hidden in the wilderness and mountains. Everyone could only see the corners. They were skyscrapers. Things that were even more exaggerated than skyscrapers. They were thousands of meters tall, 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall, and even 50,000 to 60,000 meters tall. They stood there like giant towers that reached the sky. They were even taller than the mountains in front of them. Just by looking at their height and size, they could feel a sense of heaviness. I think so. The blue-clothed young man suddenly raised his hand to attract everyone's attention. I think there should be a small problem. Lu Weiran was startled. What problem? The blue-clothed young man rubbed his hands. We seem to have been exploring this place as a secret realm left behind by the strong people of ancient times, right? Everyone nodded suspiciously. That was right. Didn't they say that it was a cave or a secret realm left behind by the heavenly realm or the immortal among the mortals? There should be many people here who have some understanding of the ancient times. All of you, right? At our level, more or less, we should have some understanding of that era, right? Everyone nodded again, but this time, only 2/3 of the people nodded, indicating that they did have some understanding of that era. The blue-clothed young man pointed at the tall tower at the end of the mountain. Do you think there would be a building of this scale on Earth thousands of years ago? Buildings 30,000 to 40,000 meters tall, 50,000 to 60,000 meters tall, covering millions of hectares of mountainous land. In the past, there were caves and secret realms that had existed for too long and could no longer be hidden and were exposed to the sea. Or in desolate places there were also broken buildings and some things there. You should have seen them all, right? No? Well, Uncle Lu, you must know. Lu Weiran shrugged. I've learned about all the things that I can get in touch with in the country. I can only touch the corners of the news abroad. Well, what do you want to say? Be straightforward. I've said what I wanted to say. Don't you think this place is very strange? This mountain, this building, this place, the cave of a mortal immortal that was exposed a year ago, I don't believe that no one here has really not been there. The blue-clothed young man glanced at everyone. Seeing that they were all lowering their heads and scratching their heads in embarrassment, he laughed. You've all been there. You're all people who have seen blood. Why are you pretending to be embarrassed? How do you think the architectural style and scale of that place are compared to this place? Take a look for yourselves. Indeed, many places are different. Whether it's the style or the size, they are all too abnormal. It's like the traces of another civilization. Lu Weiran nodded solemnly. General Lu, are you trying to say aliens? Someone muttered in a low voice. Then, He laughed and scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm just saying. How old am I to still believe in such things? The blue-robed young man grinned and coughed lightly to draw everyone's attention. Ahem, what I mean is, this place is too weird. It doesn't make sense. I don't have a good feeling about it. Why don't we just leave? If you're scared, you can go back by yourself. Don't bring us along to hide your cowardice. The small firecrackers of the imperial capital are nothing more than this. Someone couldn't help but laugh. The blue-clothed young man's expression changed. He glared fiercely at that person and said coldly, "It seems that the last time in the secret realm of the mortal immortal, you didn't hurt enough. What, who gave you the courage to dance on my face now? There are only so few people from your family here. It's not enough for me to eat. You, if you're not convinced. Come, let's fight. All right, stop talking. If you want to quarrel, go outside." Lu Weiran waved her hand and looked at the blue-clothed young man. "You mean," the blue-clothed youth scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Uncle Lu, I really have a bad feeling about this. Last time, when I told you about it in the mystic realm, it happened after a while. I can't possibly lie to you." Then, Lu Weiran hesitated for a moment. "Should we retreat?" Let's go. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape if we're late." Chapter 1768. The endless starry sky was another starry sky that no one was familiar with. It was not the familiar starry sky that they had seen for 20 to 30 years, where they could clearly recognize the Big Dipper, Southern Dipper, Orion, and many other constellations. This starry sky erased the vastness and amazement in front of them, revealing layer by layer. It did not even need to be revealed completely. Just by slapping themselves in the face, they could feel an abnormal feeling. It was so abnormal that, in short, it felt like something was wrong everywhere. When they first came to this starry sky, they already had this feeling. It was just that they were blinded by the vast galaxy in front of them, so they did not fully realize the situation until now. Their line of sight crossed the dried river, the cracked riverbed, and then the mountains. What entered their eyes was a stretch of towering mountains and buildings. They did not know how long they had been here. Perhaps it was because they stood in the starry sky, or perhaps it was because their quality was very good, but they still stood tall in front of them after countless years. It was very strange and abnormal. When these two situations were put together, it was very easy to feel fear. Right now they were only a little panicked, but after a while, they could not say for sure. For example, something else would happen. The buzzing sound of energy was like the rumbling of a huge machine. The sound that rang in his ears started from a high pitch and slowly lowered its pitch. The sound also gradually lowered and gradually disappeared. The blue-clothed youth and the others suddenly turned their heads. The starry sky bridge made of billions of lights suddenly lost its luster and became dim. In a few breaths of time, it completely disappeared and disappeared. Everyone saw this scene. There was only the starry sky in front of them, and the platform that was abnormally far away. There was no way back. A chill instantly emerged from the bottom of their hearts and quickly spread throughout their bodies. Well, it seems like there is no way back this time. The blue-clothed youth pinched his bitter face and smiled bitterly at Lu Weiran. "Uncle Lu, what did I say?" Lu Weiran was also a little stunned by this scene that suddenly appeared and cut off their path. After a moment, he helplessly sighed. "There is no other way. We can only continue forward." He looked at everyone and coughed dryly to clear his throat. "There is nothing to say now. This secret realm, perhaps it has exceeded our expectations from the beginning. But since we have already come here and the path is cut off, there is no use in saying discouraging words. The only thing we can do is to continue forward. For this starry sky bridge to be built, there should be something left here, such as some devices, some machines. It is too early to say that we are giving up. Let's continue forward. Go to that city and take a look. Maybe we can find some clues." Of course, if you feel that there is no hope and that there is no way to move, then it is not too late to come back to find you all." When everyone heard this, they rolled their eyes in their hearts. At this moment, staying in the same place was tantamount to suicide. Who knew where the new path would appear? They were scared of this damned place. Although nothing had happened yet, they were already a little scared. The unknown was the easiest thing to arouse the uneasiness in the heart. Coincidentally, there was nothing in this space that they knew. Low sighs could be heard from the group. They looked back at the disappearing path of the starry sky, shook their heads, and continued to move forward. At this point, everyone slowly thought of a question. Could it be that this place was not a secret realm at all? All the secret realms and caves that they had encountered in the past, none of them had hidden things so deeply, and there would not be such a strange thing. But it seemed that it was too late to think of this matter now. Yun Nuoshing looked back at the starry sky and said in the soul, "Did you blow up that bridge?" "I was just about to ask you that." Hui was startled when he heard this. "I thought you blew up the bridge first when you heard that they were going to retreat." The two of them looked at each other, then looked at the little girl again to confirm that this matter had nothing to do with the three of them. After confirming that this matter had nothing to do with the three of them, they looked at each other again for a while, then calmly said in their hearts, "Oh. Alright, this is the rhythm of something is going to happen. I just don't know what it is. It must be you who forced them to do this. It must be you, the prophecy emperor's fault." Hui and Yun Nuoshing both spoke at the same time, then looked at each other fiercely and bared their teeth in protest. The little girl at the side covered her eyes. These two were they were too good at throwing the blame away. "Don't say any more. It must be the two of you." For the next part of the journey, Yun Nuoshing and Hui desperately tried to get rid of their relationship, throwing the blame on each other's head one after another. They were just short of digging up old scores. The distance from the landing point to the city in the distance was very far. With the speed of everyone's non-stop trotting, they crossed over a plain, crossed over a mountain range, and used a full 6 to 8 hours to reach the city. These 8 hours are enough for us to rush from the northernmost point of Huaxia country to the southernmost point. The blue-clothed youth put his hands on his waist and panted. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Isn't this place a little too big? After crossing over a mountain range, the city was in front of them. They had yet to descend from the mountain and stood halfway up the mountain, but it was difficult to take in the entire city in their eyes. Those huge buildings that reached the sky had now transformed into tall towers in front of them, which were abnormally grand. This city. Lu Weiran wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long breath. After looking down for a moment, she couldn't help but fall silent. "I'm afraid it's bigger than the entire Huaxia country. Is there such an exaggerated span?" Everyone was shocked. "I've always been very confident in my grasp of distance. I've once overlooked the great rivers and mountains of Huaxia country from a height of 10,000 meters. Although I can't say that I can see it all at once, I can still make a rough estimate. It's not more than 3% different from the real area." Lu Weiran silently stretched out her hand and pointed forward, from the extreme left all the way to the extreme right. "We should be at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Just from the position we're standing at now, the part that we can see in front of us is already half the size of Huaxia country. This doesn't include the part that we can't see. There's a mountain next to us that should be 3 times the height of this mountain. Do you want to go there and take a look?" Everyone looked at each other. Some wanted to look at the city in front of them, while others wanted to look at the mountain next to them. They hesitated for a while and couldn't make up their mind. Let's go. It's rare to see it, so it's good to go and take a look. If we go up there, I might be able to see it more clearly." The young man in blue waved his hand and took the lead to run toward the mountain. Everyone was a little helpless when they saw that. When they saw Lu Weiran shrugging and following him, they were even more helpless. The location of the two mountains was not very far away. With their physical fitness, climbing the mountain was not a problem at all. As long as there was no sudden vacuum or lack of air in the starry sky, they would be fine even if they went to the stratosphere. About an hour later, they arrived at the top of the pointed mountain. "I'll climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains." The young man in blue stood at a height of 16,000 meters and looked down at the entire ground. The scenery, the vast mountains and rivers, and the exotic scenery made him feel a surge of anger brewing in his heart. However, after a long time, he only managed to brew this sentence. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and felt refreshed. This place is really not bad. Putting aside the strange feeling, climbing a mountain is not bad. Let's go to Mount Everest someday. We can't go up Mount Everest in recent years. Don't even think about it. Lu Weiran rolled his eyes at him. Standing on the top of the mountain, he turned around and straightened his back little by little. He also felt the feeling of looking down on the world. He looked at the city that had become a little smaller, but it was wider and harder to see the city clearly. He also looked at the tower in front of him that seemed to be impossible to see the top no matter how hard he climbed. He could not help but frown. This obviously did not look like a building that could be built by humans. "How is it? Do you see anything?" Someone could not help but interrupt his thoughts. Lu Weiran looked around slightly and pondered for a moment. "I still can't see a complete thing. Based on the general idea. No need to give a general idea." A voice suddenly sounded, startling everyone. They turned around and saw the young man in blue standing on his tiptoes with his hands on his waist, and looking at the entire land. He tilted his head slightly and grinned at everyone. "The longest horizontal distance of this city is about 3 times the circumference of the equator, more than 120,000 kilometers. Everyone was speechless. This place is not round. As long as your eyes are good enough, you can see infinitely far places. The young man in blue pointed at the farthest end, then at his feet, and finally at his eyes. "My eyes are pretty good. As long as the height is high enough, I can see." Hui touched his chin. 200,000 kilometers in length and width, the size of a medium to large city in the realm of the gods. This was indeed a product of the 8 elements realm. "Is this something that humans can build?" Someone mumbled, causing Yun Nua Xing and the other 2 to roll their eyes. Although this was not purely man-made, it was basically a place for people to live in. Don't be fooled by the scale of this place. In a city, there were mountains and rivers, huge landmark buildings, and also ordinary houses and pavilions. Aren't those sesame pea-sized black shadows below the small houses? Those buildings, pagodas, and palaces that were easily tens of thousands of feet high were all places where special people lived. Those were the kind that couldn't be climbed up without some skills. If ordinary people lived in them, they would have to climb 10,000 floors every day. Just thinking about it was scary. And the estimated itinerary for the day was: get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and go downstairs. That's it. The whole day's itinerary was spent climbing stairs. If necessary, it might take a few days. Well, I heard that there was a thing called an elevator, which was specially used to deal with such tall buildings. Going up and down in a straight line would save you the pain of climbing stairs. But going up and down 10,000 floors was probably going to be tough. 2 floors in a second, it would take more than an hour to go up and down. Forget it, let's not talk about this topic. The internal space of this thing is a teleportation function. Yun Nuoxing yawned in response to Hui's sarcastic topic. As you said, this is not a place for ordinary people. There is also a palace over there that is 20,000 feet high. Do you want to explore it in depth? No. Hui smiled bitterly. Everyone walked around the peak a few times and took a few photos. They began to wonder what they were doing here. They looked at the mobile phones in everyone's hands and fell silent. Climbing the mountain felt great, but going down the mountain felt a little weak in the knees. With a height of 16,000 meters, going down the mountain was like jumping bungee jumping. They could clearly feel their bones and organs trembling. If they missed a step, they didn't know if they would fall to their deaths given their physical strength. After spending more than 2 hours descending from the mountain, everyone's hands and feet were already trembling. They rested on the spot for a while before walking into the city in front of them. After crossing the entrance of the city wall and walking inside, it was as if they had experienced a time travel and arrived at another place in another period of the ancient era. As for the age of the buildings, it was hard to tell. Even though many years had passed, they didn't look too dilapidated. Some were damaged and some were tattered, but it looked like they had experienced a war during the turmoil of war and were accidentally damaged. It didn't seem like they had been eroded by time. I can't tell when the buildings here were built at all. Even how long they have been here. Huge buildings, huge city, incredible antiquity, incredible style, it's like the residence of a god. We thought that this sentence was actually not wrong. He just did not know if the god in these people's hearts was a concept or a definite thing. The time span, can't you tell? Hui whispered in his soul. I don't know if it's because of the rules or the big fragment itself. I can't feel the rules of time in this place. I can only judge that the rules of time are normal. Feng, take a look. It's about the same situation. I can calculate, well, the time span is. Yun Nuoshing frowned and pulled her long hair. At least 4 eras. 4 eras? Hearing this long time, Hui crossed his arms and frowned. This thing can't be brought down from the 8 elements realm, right? If it was brought down from the 8 elements realm, it's normal that it can't see the rules of time clearly. It probably suffered a few heavy blows when it passed through the barrier of the 8 elements realm. Yun Nuoshing added, at least 4 eras. It's hard to say if the time span will not double or triple. Well, Hui looked around. Let's go to the side and look for something. They're too slow. Hui was about to shout when the blue-clothed young man turned to look at Lu Weiran. Uncle Lu, the feeling has dissipated a little. There shouldn't be any problem. Let's split up. This place is too big. We probably won't find anything if we stick together. Lu Weiran tilted her head. Are you sure there's no problem? Well, for the time being, there's no such feeling. The blue-clothed young man scratched his head and laughed dryly. How about this? Let's split up for a while and come back here in 1 or 2 hours. How about we gather at a place near the center? We'll leave some obvious road signs on the way, so that it won't be difficult to find people if we go to the wrong place. All right, then let's split up. However, we can't guarantee that we're completely safe now. It's best not to touch anything in the ancient city if it's not necessary. If there's anything worth paying attention to, just write it down first. I feel that everything here is worth paying attention to. Someone could not help but mutter. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was obviously a place that they were not familiar with. Naturally, they would be curious about everything. To ensure that they did not touch anything, it was not that easy. When everyone dispersed and only a few of them were left, Hui let out a long sigh and said, Then, let's move. Since there's no one left, we can move freely. Feng, let's go to the tower and have a look. According to the time span that you mentioned just now, I have a rough guess. This place might be a part of the continent that was destroyed. It might have been preserved. Not destroyed in the void? It should be the remnants of the destruction back then. It's not the main body that was directly destroyed by the void. That's why we can see the torn wounds at the edge. Hui pointed to a place in the distance. He waved his hand and walked away. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. Just as he took 2 steps, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Do you know this place? Huey's footsteps stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for half a second. She turned around and saw Zhou Zibai, the little girl, weakly raising her little hand and looking at them. Suddenly, they were stunned. They forgot that there was a little tail following them. Ahem. Hui coughed dryly. Suddenly, he quickly approached Zhou Zibai. He stared at her and pretended to be fierce. Little girl, you didn't hear anything. You didn't see anything. Do you understand? Yun Nuoxing pushed Hui to the side. She helplessly shook her head at the frightened Zhou Zibai. It's just his daily whimsy. Don't worry about him. Anyway, there's only one person. I don't think it matters. The last sentence was said to Hui and the little girl. When the two saw that the person in charge also said that there was no problem, they naturally stopped talking. Let's go. Hui waved his hand. He turned into a white shadow and flew directly into the sky. He flew toward the huge tower in the center. Yun Nuoxing held Zhou Zibai with one hand and also turned into a shadow to follow. With their speed, it only took a few minutes to reach the highest tower in the city. To be honest, it was obviously complicated to explain the origin of the three of them, the starry sky, the world, the void, and other things to Zhou Zibai, an ordinary person who lived in the mortal world. Although she had seen a lot of incomprehensible things at this moment, her worldview was in a state of shaky state. It should collapse and be reconstructed quickly with a poke of a finger. At this time, her ability to understand should be raised to an unimaginable level. Basically, this little girl would accept whatever they said calmly, but how could he accurately explain these guys who were extremely dangerous in the world of Order of the Eight Elements realm? Especially these three guys who had been freeloading on food, drinks, and lodging these days. We felt that this thing was really too difficult to understand. In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't explain. She was immortal, right? Her lifespan was fixed. She couldn't live for more than 1,000 years. Besides, the three of them patted their backs and returned to the Eight Elements realm. There was probably nothing to say. They would never see each other again in this life. So, in fact, he didn't want to keep others in suspense. Of course, he might not say anything. Fly. 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 On the tens of thousands of feet high tower, Zhou Zibai looked down at the ground that was almost invisible from the edge of the tower. She repeated a sentence with a dull expression. Yun Nuoxing was about to put the little girl down. She suddenly rushed up and hugged half of his body. Don't let go of me. My legs are weak. Yun Nuoxing. Isn't it just flying tens of thousands of meters high? People are afraid of heights. No. I'm not afraid of heights. It's just that I haven't reached my limit. That's all. Zhou Zibai trembled as she hugged Yun Nuoxing. Her pretty face was pale. Fly. When she looked back at the ground again, she almost fainted. It's strange. You weren't that scared when you were on the plane and standing on the platform. That's different. Zhou Zibai was about to cry. Yun Nuoxing scratched his cheek. Well, I forgot that you are an ordinary person. He continued to hug the little girl, turned his head, and followed Hui and Yun Nuoxing into the tower. In the dark space of the tower, only the light of the stars shone through the entrance and the hole in the ceiling. The light illuminated the empty space of the tower. There were many energy runes engraved on the walls of the tower. They were obviously activated by energy. There should be something in this empty space, but it needed energy. That's right. This is the tower in that continent. I forgot the name. It's the energy center of a city. It was used to resist the power of chaos at that time. It contains a very basic power of order. It was a weak power of order that was instinctively created at that time. After all, not everyone came into contact with order and chaos at that time. The power of order. Well, it should be the last to recover. Hui looked at the spacious space and couldn't help but sigh. Yun Nuoxing looked around. Is it left behind from that time? Although I can't be 100% sure, my intuition tells me that this is the case. I've been here before and even used this tower, so I remember it very clearly. The difficulty of making this thing was quite high at that time, although it can't be compared to our origin energy tower in any way. Hui nodded. As he spoke, he frowned and looked distressed. Now the most difficult thing is, I don't know why it appeared here. If it was brought down by someone, where is the person? What are his last words? He can't deliberately throw this piece of trash into someone else's house and then ignore it, right? Yun Nuoshing could only remain silent. He really didn't know anything. The only thing he could do now was to ask, "Do you want to use the Book of Epochs to take a look?" Well, with the degree of the remnant rules, your Book of Epochs might not be able to figure it out. Hui shrugged. "I have a guess." The little girl looked up at Hui. Could this be the main body that was swept into the void? It could be part of it. Hui was startled. They were swept into the void. The power of chaos mixed with the void and exploded, opening up a passageway across the primordial realm. The parts that didn't dissipate in time were sent here. There were also some people who stayed on that continent and eventually came here together. The little girl spread out her hands. They're all rebirth state level creations mixed with order and power of chaos. Although it's very weak, it's enough for the void to gnaw on for a while. It won't dissipate so easily. That's a possibility. Yun Nuoshing nodded. As Hui listened, sweat dripped down his forehead. His mouth trembled as he opened it, but if that's the case, then the power of chaos, didn't it also come to the third primordial realm? Yun Nuoshing and the little girl were startled at the same time. Hui continued to speak in a trembling voice. His words were shocking to the extreme. And he stayed in the three elements realm for 9 eras. The little girl swallowed her saliva. Oh! The main body of the continent that exploded crossed over to the third primordial realm with the power of chaos? That was really an epic event. Chapter 1769. No. Although it's a very terrible thing to say, I was just scared. Think about it after calming down. No matter how unbelievable the chaotic energy was, it couldn't have stayed in the three elements realm safe and sound under the influence of the void, could it? That's right, Zhang Tai said with a deep voice. That's right. Hui waved his hand vigorously. Besides, this place is under the protection of the heavenly god of origin. We personally rebooted it. The protection of the heavenly god of origin hasn't been rebooted in the 47th era, right? The little girl said. That. Huey's expression froze again as sweat poured down like rain. Indeed, it hasn't, but it has been rebooted now. Well, if it really fell into the three elemental realm along with this fragment, it shouldn't be able to cause any trouble under the suppression of the heavenly god of origin's protection. After all, they are beings of the same level. Whether it can cause any trouble or not is one thing. Yun Nuoshing turned to look outside the tower. Whether it exists or not is another thing. No matter what, it shouldn't exist here, if it really is here. That's true. Hui let out a long sigh and scratched his head. What happened in the 47th era was really an old debt. At that time, he didn't have a deep understanding of order and chaos. Although he knew that the thing that fell into his neighbor's house wasn't anything good, he didn't expect it to be something so deadly. If nothing happened in those 4 eras, then it would be fine. But if they didn't, then he didn't know what would happen. Let's look around here first. Anything we say now is just a guess. It's good to find some clues to comfort ourselves, but if not... Huey's cheeks twitched as he breathed a sigh of relief. We'll see when the time comes. Even though he was looking for clues, Hui himself wasn't sure if he was looking for clues to prove that this island had nothing to do with the continent that was swept away, or that this island was the destroyed continent or a fragment of the continent. 3 directions, 3 scenarios. Just thinking about it for a while was enough to give him a headache. It was really a headache for the 8 elemental realm. This damned chaos. They came to the 3 elemental realm for a vacation, but they still couldn't be at ease. Hui walked around for a while, then raised his hand and shouted, Feng, come here. I found it. Yun Nuoshing pulled Zhouji by, who was still in a state of shock, and stopped in front of Hui. In front of the latter, there was a group of, dozens of facets, and most of its overall structure was hollow. That is, only the skeleton outlined its general appearance. At the edge of this dozens of facets there were 4.5-meter long horizontal bars, and the end of the horizontal bars was connected to a hollow ring. This big thing seemed to be some kind of rule creation, and it was placed in the air of this tower. It must be related to it. This is the core of this tower. Let me think, I've touched this thing before. Like this, like this, like this. Hui pressed his hands on the ring connected by the two horizontal bars, frowning and muttering. His soul flowed into the core along his hands, and a moment later, a ray of golden light flashed in his eyes. It's done. The energy surged in the tower, and the slight contact with the tower made a crisp echo. The sound was all restrained inside the tower, and it was still quiet outside. Then, the walls of the entire tower began to light up one by one from the bottom. Those were energy runes that had been hidden in the walls for countless years. At this moment, as the core of the tower was reactivated, they also woke up. It took 3 minutes for the energy runes to completely wake up. When the ceiling next to the big hole was also filled with energy runes, countless golden light slowly flowed out from each energy rune, floating in this space. The scattered energy particles illuminated the space here like a group of fireflies. They hovered in the air, touched each other, and then quickly condensed. Finally, they condensed into the shape of hundreds of stars around the core. There were dozens of stars near the center that were not golden, but too conspicuous white, which was deliberately marked. The appearance of this group of stars. The little girl stared at the golden starry sky that suddenly appeared, narrowing her eyes slightly as she recalled. After a moment, she clapped her hands. Isn't it the arrangement of the stars on the door? If that's the case, these white stars are the 61 constellations of the southern sky that you mentioned. Huey's face was a little stiff when he saw this thing appear. He only came back to his senses after hearing her exclamation. He scratched his head and laughed dryly at the three of them. Well, since this thing has appeared, it can't be wrong. That's right, this is indeed the tower on that continent, and it's the original one. It can't be added later. Other than this obvious mark, feel the power of order here and you'll understand. Yun Nuoshing listened and carefully sensed it. She nodded. The power of order is very thin, and it does look like the original power of order. It also fits the situation at that time that you mentioned. This thing was the continent in the 8 elements realm. Although Hui did not know what it had experienced all these years, he had seen with his own eyes that this continent was swept away by the power of chaos, tearing open a path in the void and rushing in. It collapsed, disintegrated, and exploded in the void without any warning. He thought that the power of chaos would dissipate with the entire continent, but unexpectedly it did not completely dissipate. Instead, it remained because of its huge size. The exploded continent was accompanied by the power of chaos, and coincidentally crossed over to the 3 elements realm. Now, he was also a little troubled. There was a difference of 4 eras between the 47th era and the 51st era when the Origin God's protection was reactivated. These 4 eras were enough for this mass of power of chaos to stir up trouble in the 3 elements realm. This mass of power of chaos definitely originated from the chaotic concept body. Although he did not know why it was so lazy, it could not fool people. It could not hide its aura that wanted to collapse order wherever it went. But when he thought of this situation, he scratched his head anxiously. Damn, I don't want my backyard to be on fire during the final battle in the void. It's fine if my backyard is on fire, but it's the backyard of another element realm. Isn't that even worse? This is the power of the chaotic concept body. This is really 4 eras, 4 whole eras. Why didn't you think of this back then? Stop scratching. Even if you scratch your head until you're bald, you can't hide the problem now. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief and shook her head helplessly. So what do we do now? We don't know if this thing is an incomplete part of the original body of the continent, or if it's just a large fragment that was torn off from the continent. Oh, forget it. Please don't let it be a fragment. I hope that this is the original body. If that's the case, we just have to give this original body to. Hui was suddenly startled. Feng, do you hear something? The little girl's ears twitched and she turned to look outside. It seems to be a sound coming from outside. It sounds a little like the sound of fighting and killing. The expressions of the three changed abruptly, and they hurriedly rushed out of the tower. Standing at the edge of the tower, they looked down at the entire city, and then all of them drew in a breath of cold air. The huge city was originally silent, and it was still like that before they plunged into the tower. Everyone split up to explore the ruins of the civilization that they had never come into contact with before, and they were not too sure if they had triggered or encountered anything along the way. The only thing they were sure of was that they were in big trouble now. Black mist-like shadows emerged from the underground of the city in clusters, like a ball of water, like a ball of air that was constantly wriggling, releasing an extremely ominous aura in all directions. Two clusters of dark mist that were close to each other would attract each other and gradually gather together. When it expanded to a certain extent, it would fall to the ground, and turn into human-shaped soldiers wearing tattered armor and holding long spears. Soldiers of chaos. This thing was indeed the power of the concept of chaos. This soldiers of chaos, this aura, this thing's characteristics, there was no doubt about it. But the soldiers before them, oh, the power of chaos! The little girl could not help but exclaim. When did these things come out? Or have they been here from the beginning, and just waiting for all of us to come in before they're ready to catch us? Soldiers of chaos. Yun Nuoshing murmured. They don't look the same, but that's not important. The nature is the same, but… Feng, do you feel that these soldiers of chaos seem to be much weaker than what we imagined? Hui frowned. There were so many of them in the city. Chaotic aura kept appearing in the south, north, west, and east of the city. They condensed into groups of chaos soldiers that were almost 2 meters tall. They ran toward the south of the city where they were. However, their aura, number, and size were far from the chaos soldiers that they knew. Soldiers of chaos were naturally formed in the south of the city. 12 to 20 soldiers of chaos would jump out of a cluster of dark mist, and when they encountered the group, they would immediately pick up their weapons and attack. But these things that were extremely ferocious and represented the basic power of the void of chaos were actually killed by Lu Weiron's palm strike? Is this a pirated version or a shrunken version? The protection of the heavenly god of origins. Yun Nuoshing reacted after a short while. She tilted her head and looked at the two of them. The protection of the heavenly god of origins suppresses the power of chaos. Feel it carefully. Their power is entangled by the power of origin, and they can't fully exert it. Hui looked at it for a while and said, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why it was more." Screams came from below. They did not know which unlucky family was too deep in the city center, so they were surrounded by soldiers of chaos that rushed out from all directions. There were about 1,000 soldiers of chaos there, and if they all pounced on them, they could bury the 5 of them alive. In the vast area of the city, there were probably tens of millions of soldiers of chaos that had taken shape, and they were marching towards the south of the city. Tens of millions of soldiers ran on the ground and flipped over the houses. The chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with all kinds of screams and cries of ghosts. In addition, the dark mist spread into an ocean or condensed into a column of smoke that hovered in midair, as if dark flames were burning the earth. It was like a picture engraved in hell. Zhou Zhibai felt a little uneasy just by looking at it, and her face turned pale. This kind of scene was too shocking for a little girl like her. But after all, it's still that kind of thing. Let's get rid of it as soon as possible. Hui waved his hand and looked down at the battlefield. He nodded and said, "Feng, you go and save the few people below. This girl and I will go to the other side. Anyway, let's gather the people first. Even if they can deal with these soldiers of chaos that have been weakened countless times, they can't deal with too many of them. If they don't gather, they will be wiped out. We left these words and ran to the other two places with the little girl to save the people. Yun Nuoxing jumped on the spot for a while. He turned his head and saw Zhou Zhibai looking at the ghostly scene below. His pretty face was a little pale. He reminded her softly, "We're going down. Are you ready?" Zhou Zhibai looked at him with trembling eyes and whispered, "That? What are those things? Why do I feel uneasy just by looking at them? It's like facing death directly." That's right, just by looking at them, there was no sense of oppression from facing a strong enemy, but as long as she faced them directly, she would unconditionally experience the feeling of death. A completely unreasonable fear instantly flooded his mind. Those things. Yun Nuoxing stretched his hands and pulled Zhou Zhibai into his arms. He said calmly, "Those are just a pile of mud. If you feel uneasy and scared, just put your emotions and thoughts somewhere else. To you, this level is just a threat, for now. Although I don't quite understand, I think it's already very scary." Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. Looking at the scene of gray clouds and mist all over the city, she felt a little dizzy just thinking about it. She could not help but grab his shoulders with both hands. The value of this thing's existence is to disrupt all of our plans and make people upset. Every time it appears, the living people within a radius of 1,000,000 miles will become irritable. Yun Nuoxing leaped, and the feeling of weightlessness suddenly fell on Zhou Zhibai. Even though she had been in the sky and on the ground several times, she still could not stand the feeling of falling tens of thousands of meters. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale. Order descending from the heavens. Leaping from tens of thousands of meters in the air, he slammed his fist on the ground with an extremely violent force. It was like a meteorite falling directly to the ground. The mighty shock wave overturned the ground within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. The ground bounced up like a seesaw. Huge pieces of the ground flew into the sky together with tens of thousands of soldiers of chaos, and then fell into the cracks that were several meters wide. The soldiers of chaos who were still standing on the ground were blown away by the shock wave. They fell into a pile like a human pyramid. The light armor and weapons on their bodies all collided with each other, and the crackling sound was endless. By the way, the commotion caused by the falling meteorite had already flipped over all the houses within a radius of 3 to 4,000 meters. At this moment, there were no obstacles at all. Only a few sturdy houses still had their foundations left. The group of people who were besieged suddenly realized that the dark shadow monsters had all disappeared. They quickly reorganized their team and looked around in confusion. They were in the area that was flattened by the shock wave, but for some reason, the area 10 meters around them was intact. The ground was even flat. Then, they saw Yun Nuoxing walking out of the center of the crater, and their expressions changed. You are that." They were slightly surprised. Who was this person? They only knew that this person could recognize the ancient marks of Tao. Let's not talk nonsense. Yun Nuoxing hugged Zhou Zhibai, who was about to faint, tightly with one hand. She turned her face to the side and shook her head. "Come with me. Let's get out of here." After saying that, she did not care whether the 5 people heard her or not. She walked straight to the south of the city. The former and the others quickly put down the countless doubts in their hearts and followed her. They did not want to be surrounded by a group of monsters that emerged from the ground again. Zhou Zhibai woke up in a daze. She felt that she was moving quickly. She slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a dark shadow that was emitting dark clouds. She felt that she was going to die in an instant. She was so scared that her heart suddenly shrank. She fainted again before she could catch her breath. Why does this girl faint so easily? Yun Nuoxing frowned and punched the chaos soldier that rushed toward her. The latter rushed out like a bowling ball and knocked dozens of chaos soldiers on the street together. They smashed into the houses and were buried under the debris. The 5 people who followed her could not help but smile bitterly. Even they felt that they could not protect their lives when they saw the shadow monster, let alone such a young girl. Being in the ruins, in the shadows of countless buildings, houses and towers, and dancing with countless monsters, the clanging of armor and weapons could be heard from all directions, as well as the unknown sounds made by the monsters. They could not help but have the illusion that they were surrounded by these monsters, and even their footsteps slowed down a little because of this. Start running. Do you want to die if you stop here? Sensing the condition of the few people, Yun Nuoshing stomped on the ground and stopped moving forward. She turned around and looked at the few people who were confused and muddle-headed. She stomped on the ground and unleashed her spiritual power. Wake up! The deafening sound in their ears contained the impact of the spiritual power. The 5 people who were in a daze were slapped hard in the face. Their faces instantly turned pale, but their confused and empty eyes instantly regained their spirit. Oh no! The few of them took a few deep breaths and shook their heads in confusion. Why do we lose our minds so easily? What's going on? I feel like my mind is about to be swallowed by those monsters when I'm just a short distance away. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. The power of chaos was, after all, the power of chaos. Even if it was suppressed by the protection of the heavenly god of origin, it was still one of the most terrifying powers in the greater Yuan realm. It was the natural enemy of order. This was the situation that she was worried about. Even if the power was suppressed by the protection of the heavenly god of origin, it could still affect the lives in the lower Yuan realm with its own characteristic. Just like the situation before them, the soldiers of chaos had only gathered together. The many characteristics of the power of chaos had not really erupted, but they could already not withstand the influence of this aura. Don't think about those things. Don't establish the idea that they are terrifying in your heart. The more you care, the more terrifying they are. You can't defeat them. Your fragile mind will fall faster. Yun Nuoshing lifted Zhou Zibai up a few times and waved her hand. If you can't do it, then don't think about anything. Or, think of something else to divert your attention. Just run. You don't have to fight the enemy. The few of them laughed bitterly. It was really not a matter of whether they wanted to or not. After these things came out, their minds were like a what? They could not control it at any time and place. Little sister. Over here. Come over quickly. A loud shout penetrated the gray clouds and the barriers of the heavy buildings. Yun Nuoshing and the others turned their heads and saw a soldier of chaos soaring into the sky. He was sent flying by a punch. 100 meters away, a figure in blue jumped up and waved at them from a few meters high. When he landed, he even smashed the soldiers of chaos on the ground into pieces. We're here. We're just waiting for you. The young man in blue cleared the soldiers of chaos on the street. After receiving Yun Nuoshing and the others, he heaved a long sigh of relief. But when he saw Zhou Zibai fainted, he was still shocked. He quickly asked, "Are you hurt?" "No, just scared." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and looked at the young man in blue. "How's the situation now?" Now, as soon as the young man in blue said that, the buildings not far away suddenly collapsed with a bang. Soon, it became a ruin. Then, the surrounding buildings also collapsed one by one. It became an empty flat ground. Lu Weiran and the others came out of the ruins. When they saw Yun Nuoshing, they were a little happy. "I was just about to send someone to look for you. Everyone is here. There's nothing else to say. We don't know what happened. Fortunately, no one is dead yet," Lu Weiran said softly. They had returned to the south of the city near the gate. Behind them was the city gate and the city wall. In front of them was an empty flat ground. There were only a few ruins in front of them. "What the hell is going on?" "I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't think anyone knows." "Lu Weiran, what do you think we should do now?" Everyone gathered together and looked a little embarrassed. They were caught off guard by the soldiers of chaos that suddenly appeared. Some of them were injured. Fortunately, they were not entangled by the forces of chaos. It was just an ordinary injury. With their strength, they could easily deal with it. "What should we do?" Lu Weiran looked at everyone and said, What can we do? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. I just took a look. Those shadow-like things are very aggressive. Although they are weak, there are a lot of them. With the number of people we have, we'll probably be drowned before we can even make a sound. The chaotic noises coming from afar suddenly calmed down a lot. Those chaotic noises that sounded like tens of thousands of people running around gradually calmed down. What replaced it was a series of deep, uniform, heavy footsteps that made everyone's hearts tremble. Trembling, they turned their heads. What came into view was a dark gray formation. A vast and mighty phalanx slowly approached from a distance of hundreds of meters away. The uniform pikes and uniform sounds were like that of a well-trained army. Even Lu Weiran, who had fought on the battlefield before, had a change in expression. This kind of ancient phalanx of soldiers had a much stronger impact than the current war. Just the sight of the soaring blood aura in front of her eyes was enough to make one's heart and soul split. It was so neat. It would be great if there was a cannon. You see, a cannon would definitely kill them all. Lu Weiran thought seriously. Oh my God, Uncle Lu, I'm not married yet. The blue-robed youth's jaw almost dislocated. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands. No, hundreds of thousands? This foul atmosphere. Uncle Lu, don't tell me you're going to order everyone to use bayonets? I hope so. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Their battle consciousness made them get into position and take out their weapons. However, their tightly clenched hands trembled slightly, and they slowly put them down. Their faces were full of bitterness. This was different from the battles they had experienced in the past. Yun Nuoxing and Hui glanced at each other. The former gestured, more than 30 million, with his eyes, while the latter nodded excitedly. The little girl reached out and patted the two of them. She rolled her eyes and said, "What should we do? What should we do?" The two of them turned to look at her and then looked forward. They said in unison, "Order and chaos are colliding. What else can we do?" Fight to the death. Chapter 1770. Based on their current knowledge and experience, they were no longer in the era of cold weapons where knives, spears, swords, halberds, hatchets, hooks, and forks were used one after another. Wars were fought with cannons, planes, and missiles. For those with a bit of cultural heritage, it was extremely rare for them to find a sword that had been passed down from their ancestors. Even if they had some history, they might only find a rusty old gun. Of course, not all of them had been on the battlefield, but more than half of them had either seen or experienced it. They were not ordinary people, and none of them were mentally weak. However, just now, their psychological defenses were broken by the enemy's shout, and they were shocked by the uniform phalanx formation. The scene in front of them was indeed more shocking than the current battlefield. It was a shock caused by the accumulation of numbers. If only they had a cannon, everyone thought from the bottom of their hearts. It was too neat, so neat that they wanted to fire a cannon at them. Unfortunately, they didn't have one. Speaking of the phalanx formation in front of them, the layout of the ancient phalanx formation. No, they recalled the cold weapons during the evolution of human beings. It was the 18 types of weapons. They were not normal people. If they fought barehanded, they would have no problem fighting 10, 20, or even dozens of people. Even if they suddenly took out a gun and said, "Sir, the times have changed," it would not be so easy to cause harm to them. To put it bluntly, they were a group of super soldiers. Usually, they fought barehanded, using their Jinqi, spiritual energy, and internal strength. They would definitely be able to hold up in small situations, and they looked very powerful. However, that was only for small situations. When the enemy opened up an entire phalanx formation in front of them with spears and spears, they suddenly fell silent. 100 people against hundreds of thousands of monsters in light and heavy armor, spears, and shields. Well, they were facing an army, and they were not normal people. On the other hand, they were facing a team, and they were not normal people either. It was obvious who had the upper hand. The team was in a state of dead silence. Everyone was absent-minded because of the huge momentum. After Lu Weiran and the others recovered from the shock, they stood at the forefront of the team under the urging of their duty. Influenced by them, the people who recovered from the shock also took a few steps forward and took a deep breath. "So, are we not running?" someone asked Lu Weiran. "Where are you going?" "Behind us is a mountainous region, a mountain range, and further back is the edge of the floating island. Our retreat is already cut off. Moreover, our speed is not even as fast as their marching speed." Lu Weiran pondered for a moment, then shook her head helplessly. "If we could run, we would have done so long ago." Everyone laughed bitterly. Someone couldn't help but say, "I never thought that I would die in the secret realm. I've always wanted to sacrifice my life for the country. Unfortunately, I didn't think about it either. But from the looks of it, unless there's a miracle." "Unfortunately, I don't believe in miracles." The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard everyone's words. That's too pessimistic. But it made sense. From what they could see, there were at least 1,000,000 square formations. At that moment, they were still slowly approaching them. Dark gray clouds spread out. It seemed to be some sort of energy that made them feel disgusted. Just by looking at it, they felt as if they were being devoured. He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and the others. "Is it still 30 million now?" "About 40 million. If we wait a little longer, it might be 55 million, then 70 million, then 100 million, 200 million, 400 million. This thing's wholesale speed will only get faster and faster. The shelter has suppressed everything, except for this. Phone, what do you think?" "There's nothing to say. They're suppressed, but we're not. The situation is clear." Yun Nuoshing put down Zhou Zhibai and helped the frightened little girl steady. Then, she began to stretch her arms. "It's just a matter of which direction to attack, and the extent of whether to unlock the seal." Hui thought for a moment. "I think it's better not to unlock it. With your strength, it would be light if you tore the entire world apart. It would take a bit of effort for us to repair it. In the end, the three of us would have to unlock the seal together." "Ha! Then let's see how it goes. If they don't get stronger, there's no need to unlock the seal. With their current combat power, it's enough." Yun Nuoshing nodded and subconsciously wanted to take out the Netherworld Ruins sword. "But I still want to use Void Rise." "Stop. If you stab down with the sword, it's going to explode." Hui did 1, 2, 3, 4 stretches and even jogged twice on the spot. The blue-clothed young man silently turned his gaze back. Lu Weiran and the others who turned back to look at him were also a little silent. The three of them were relaxed, allowing them to recover from the shock of facing hundreds of thousands of enemies. Although they did not know why the three of them could still be so calm, they couldn't be forcing themselves to stay alert, right? Lu Weiran sighed inwardly. In this situation, even if 3 mortal immortals came, they might not be able to turn the tide, let alone 3 heavenly realm experts. The experts in the ancient times were said to be able to fight thousands of soldiers alone. One person was comparable to 10,000 soldiers. Fortunately, there were hundreds of thousands of inhuman creatures in front of them. This scene would make even mortal immortals pee their pants. "Ah, I have to concentrate now." The blue-clothed young man patted his cheeks, took a deep breath, and refocused his attention. He stared at the hundreds of thousands of enemies in the distance, which were already 100 or 200 meters away. No, by the looks of it, there were probably millions of them. "Kid, you'll follow us later and guard the flanks. Leave the front to us." Lu Weiran breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and shouted at the others, "Show some strength. Don't let this group of ancient people look down on us. Uncle Lu, we don't have guns or cannons and can only fight with our fists and feet. We're not that far off from them. At least they have swords, spears, swords, and halberds. More than half of us are empty-handed." The blue-clothed young man's cheeks twitched. "Everyone! This guy really ruined the atmosphere. They're going to charge." Lu Weiran shouted, and everyone entered the most serious state of concentration. The dense formation suddenly vibrated in the next second. Countless shadow monsters charged at them like a tide. The long spears pointed at the sky were all placed in front of them. The cold light made their skin feel hot even though they were 100 meters away. The shadow monsters behind the second line began to scatter to the left and right. They accelerated their charge and formed a semicircle in front of them. Does anyone know what formation this is? It doesn't matter what formation it is. You just need to know that there are hundreds of thousands and millions of them on the other side, while we only have 100 people. We can't break through any formation. If they swarm up and each of them stomps on us, it's basically over. The two 4C realm elders stepped forward. Blue electric arcs jumped in their hands. The power of thunder surged out of their bodies. Their bodies floated a foot above the ground because of the surging spirit energy. At the same time, the shadow monsters that surged like a tsunami had already rushed to within 10 meters of the formation. The chaotic aura released by the long spears and large swords made everyone break out in cold sweat. Lightning strike! The two elders shouted angrily. The blue thunderbolts wrapped around their hands fiercely pressed against the ground. A pattern drawn with the power of thunder suddenly bloomed on the ground. Countless blue thunderbolts rushed out in all directions like a dense net. The loud noise that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The thunderbolts that could be seen with the naked eye raged on the ground, drawing countless deep and fragmented scars. The power of the thunderbolts pierced through thousands of shadow monsters in the nearest range, directly turning them into chaotic aura in the air. The power of thunder lasted for a short 2 seconds. It made the air scorching hot. The lingering smoke that had just formed was broken through by the dark clouds. Everyone was shocked. 50 meters away, the dark tide maintained its momentum and continued to charge at them. It was as if the attack just now did not affect them at all. This is the power of numbers! The blue-clothed youth shouted. The shadow of a fierce tiger had just condensed on his body. Just as he was about to receive this wave of attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him faster than him. But it's only the number. Like a golden shadow, Hui appeared in front of the team, floating in midair. The long hair on his back kept dancing with the dark aura in front of him. Hui's body was surrounded by rolling golden aura. Looking at the chaotic wave that was surging toward him, he shouted softly, "Tremble!" The shock wave that could be seen with the naked eye cracked the ground in front of them into hundreds of pieces. The overlapping 4 or 5 shock waves rolled the chaotic wave that was charging toward them from the front. The chaotic soldiers that were charging at the front were rolled up hundreds of meters into the air one after another, like a wall rising from the ground in front of them. Before they could turn into raindrops and fall down, the second shock wave came unexpectedly and shook them into chaotic aura and dissipated. The vibrating energy shock wave swept out only 1,000 meters away, and the space in front of them was already empty. Everyone who had been accumulating power for a long time was shocked. It was the first time they saw the power of this strange guy in action. It was more ridiculous than they thought. But no matter what, the stronger the combat power, the better. As expected of a powerhouse above the heavenly realm, Lu Weiren could not help but murmur, "Phone!" Hui turned around and shouted, making the people who thought he was going to chase after the victory startled, and they all turned their heads to look behind. There, Yun Nuoshing was holding a big colorful sword. The 2-meter-long sword was as heavy as a door plank. With both hands tightly holding the sword hilt, the tip of the sword pointed to the sky. Hearing his shout, he slowly opened his eyes. That pair of colorful eyes made everyone's expression slightly tremble. The person in front of them felt a little blurry. It seemed that they couldn't see clearly. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and stomped hard on the ground with both feet. Her figure drew an arc in front of her and suddenly fell from a height of more than 10 meters. She held the big sword in her right hand and spun in the sky as if she was accumulating power. As her body fell, it smashed hard on the ground. A scream suddenly sounded. Sky splitter. Dozens of energy-sword auras drew a fan shape with him as the center and spread out 180 degrees in front of him. They quickly expanded to several meters, several tens of meters, and several hundreds of meters wide. The mighty energy-sword auras swallowed everything in front of them and slowly disappeared thousands of meters away. Wherever they passed, even the ground was flattened. Much of the dark clouds dissipated. The young man in blue, wah, after lying down for a long time, he could not utter the following words. With just one attack, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of shadowy monsters disappeared into nothingness. Everyone was so scared that they couldn't even hold their weapons properly. Yes, they were scared. Although it was better to have more friendly firepower, this attack had completely broken the upper limit of their expectations. At this moment they were so stunned that they couldn't react at all. Void domain. Gray-blue energy gushed out of the little girl's body and quickly condensed into a circular domain that covered more than 100 meters on the ground. Everyone standing in the domain saw themselves being enveloped by a grayish-blue light. Moreover, their confidence suddenly skyrocketed. When they looked at the shadow monsters in front of them, they felt that they were completely fearless. Hurry up! The domain's time is limited. Destroy them now! The little girl waved her hand and shouted softly. Everyone who was distracted suddenly came back to their senses and rushed forward while shouting. Comrades, charge together with me! Hui shouted. He, who was used to being the commander and walking in front, took the lead and rushed forward. His body, which was surrounded by golden energy, was like a hard shield. He rushed into the enemy's formation, and the swords, spears, swords, and halberds hit his body and made clanging sounds. No, it was simply him hitting the enemy's weapons. Not only was he completely unharmed, but the strength of the recoil was also dozens of times stronger, sending the surrounding enemies into the air and sending them dozens of meters away. They hovered in the air and turned into chaotic aura and dissipated. Ah! I won't fall behind too much, the blue-clothed young man shouted. He rushed into the enemy's formation like a human-shaped dragon. His hands and fists evolved into a fierce tiger, which then turned into a fierce bird. He opened and closed wide, killing in all directions. He was like a meat grinder, strangling and harvesting all the shadow monsters that were within 3 meters of him. Lu Weiran and the rest of the Alliance members were also using all sorts of methods to kill the enemies on the battlefield. However, as they fought, they realized that it was not easy to use them in a group. After exchanging glances, they quickly divided the 100 people into 10 teams, trying their best to maximize the effect of their domain. Although the killing speed of a group of people was not as fast as the two fellows who were clearly human, it was still shocking enough. The 2 old men were like they had been injected with chicken blood and could not stop releasing lightning strikes. The area looked as if it had been struck by a thunderstorm. Dozens of thunderbolts crackled in a second, and the people on the Alliance's side were scared witless and did not dare to go near it. What kind of skill is this domain? Is it a move of the ancient strong? The blue-clothed young man still had time to turn back and shout, I feel like I can fight 10 dragons now. The little girl rolled her eyes and said, Work harder, fight faster, just fight. There is no damage and no consumption in the domain. As long as you fight hard enough and fast enough, the enemy will not be able to get close to you. There is no time limit. Well, although the domain was used to support the 2 guys, of course, it would not be a problem to use it to support the Yuansha realm. However, the effect of supporting the Yuansha realm was not so exaggerated. It was because the group of people in the domain were all mortals that it could achieve such a level of no damage and no consumption. It was purely because their recovery speed was much faster than before, and they would not be overdrawn. Thunder strike! Thunder strike! Thunder strike! Thunder strike! Thunder strike! Fire strike! Fire strike! water, fire, strike. The blue-clothed young man tilted his head and looked at the two old men who were rioting with all kinds of energy. The energy was rioting over there, as if there was a thundercloud specially aimed at that place. He suddenly felt that the little girl was right. The two old men were panting after touching 3 or 4 thunder strikes last time. Now they were as fierce as if they had eaten a dragon alive. In short, they were very fierce. One thunder strike gave them the momentum of a thunderbolt. The battlefield was more violent than they had imagined. At this moment, they could feel the brutality and bloodiness of ancient marching formations. It was a trace that had long been covered by civilization. The slaughter on the battlefield had been replaced by distant images and numbers. It was rare to see such a close-range battle for a long time. There were faceless, shadowy monsters in all directions. A large group of 2-meter-tall monsters slashed at them from all directions with normal or strange weapons. Their initial burst of momentum was gradually suppressed by the enemy's numbers. Everywhere they looked, they could only see a dense and endless stream of enemies. Wherever their consciousness touched, they could only feel the flashes of swords and sabers that were filled with murderous intent and destructive will. Although there was no damage and no consumption in the domain, the blue-clothed young man had experienced that feeling himself. He was as invincible as a king descending to the world. It was a lie. Injuries to the body could be healed almost immediately, but there would be pain. The strength in the body would never be used up, but the arms that waved would be sore and the hands that held the weapons would be sore. They would also be tired, their minds would be numb, and their reactions would be slow. It was a shackle that this body could not get rid of. Soldiers of chaos, soldiers of chaos. We let out a long sigh and looked back at the exhausted people who had been fighting for half an hour. He couldn't help but shake his head. After all, it's just a mortal body. How can it continue to fight with this group of emotionless things for so long? As mortals, it was already very impressive to be able to fight with the forces of chaos for half an hour, even though they had a lot of buffs on them. Maple, they won't be able to hold on for much longer. We might have to wipe out these forces before the chaos forces come up with something even more powerful, we said to Maple through his soul as he looked at him on the other side of the battlefield. Yun Nuashing looked back at Zhou Zibai and the rest, and then looked around. With the help of the 3 of them, the battle with the huge disparity in numbers had been in a stalemate. They did not really go all out. They were afraid of collapsing the world. The soldiers of chaos could not unleash their full power. Even so, they would not get tired. At least, they would not get tired easily. But the small group of order warriors behind them were almost at their limit. That being said, Lu Weiran, the young man in blue, and the rest who had been fighting head-on were not willing to retreat even though they were already slightly tired. They were probably thinking, anyway they could recover infinitely. At most, they would take a stab or 2 and feel the pain. They also knew that those cold weapons could easily tear them into pieces. At this moment, they were just holding on with a strong mentality. If this goes on, they may not be able to take it. Yun Nuashing sighed. Her hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. Her face of energy surged quickly, and the sword turned into a longbow. The energy of pulling the bowstring converged into an energy arrow. With a sonic boom, the arrow rushed into the depths of the formation of the soldiers of chaos. The mighty energy turned into a ball of energy that swept across the surrounding 10,000 meters, swallowing the surrounding space and energy. The soldiers of chaos were just blown up and torn into pieces by the strong wind. Bang, 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 bang. The afterimages of the continuous pulling of the bow quickly formed. 5 arrows suddenly rushed forward in less than half a second, opening up black holes that devoured and destroyed everything on the ground. We looked at the situation around him and scratched his head in distress. He gritted his teeth and released the energy in his body. Feng, I'll hold down the rules here. Release it gently. What's the situation now? After releasing the 5 arrows, Yun Nuashing tilted her head and asked, What's the situation now? It's okay. You can use a little more force. Just a little more. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes hard. What kind of a little more is a little more? A little more is just shooting a few more arrows. It doesn't feel like the effect is particularly big. She thought about it and continued to raise her hand to pull the bowstring. But this time, the world suddenly trembled. Waves of energy condensed into a storm and swept across the space from a distance, converging toward where she was. Everyone felt this movement and their hearts skipped a beat. They turned around and looked at her who was in the center. They could not help but feel that a storm was gathering. Hey, you. Hui was so scared that he spat out his tongue. He quickly summoned the guardian shield and slapped the shield into the ground. The power of the rules spread to the conceptual layer of space and rules. She pulled the bow and arrows. Dozens of energy arrows burst out with endless sonic booms. The ground around the void domain exploded with gorgeous firework. The pressure on everyone was suddenly reduced. They all had time to shake their hands and legs to recover. Then, they raised their heads. In the center of the storm, he slowly emitted a colorful energy luster. This movement is a little big. The little girl also knew what the next scene would be. She quickly adjusted the void domain and covered everyone with layers of energy barriers condensed by the void energy. Energy balls that swallowed energy and chaos soldiers in all directions kept expanding on the ground, spreading violent energy. Yun Nuashing had already put down her hands that were holding the bow. She closed her eyes and swayed gently in the wind. The longbow that was formed by energy in her hand slowly turned into a big sword. As she slowly raised her hand, the tip of the sword pointed to the ground. You. Take it easy. Take it easy. We saw him raise his hand and his heart trembled fiercely. He hurriedly brought his shield back to the void domain and covered everyone with a more powerful energy barrier. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Maple suddenly open his eyes. The movement that was like the gathering of a storm had stopped. A burst of energy that had been brewing to the extreme was surging out of his body. We turned around and waved at everyone. Get down, get down, get down. Fall into the void. Yun Nuashing shouted and stabbed the energy sword into the ground. The energy that was gathered in her body had already reached the critical point. At this moment, she was about to burst out. Void, boundless chaos. Everyone only had time to feel an unimaginably violent storm fiercely pulling at their faces. The whole world fell into darkness. Chapter 1771. Perhaps it was because he was lying on the ground, but the feeling of the earthquake was even clearer and more intense. It was as if a meteor shower had landed 100 meters in front of him. That shocking movement was indescribable. It was earth-shattering. Everything seemed to be unable to calm down. The roaring sound faded from the front and turned into waves of sound waves that lingered in the open field. Yes, the field. The seemingly high and sturdy city wall behind him had turned into powder and disappeared. Behind him was an endless mountain and field. When everything trembled and wanted to return to calm, the blue-clothed young man raised his head shakily and murmured to Lu Weiran, who was also dizzy beside him, "Uncle Lu, am I still alive?" Some people are alive, but it may just be a residual illusion. Some people are dead, and there may not even be a trace of them left. Lu Weiran bent her waist and stood up. She looked around and couldn't help but sigh. This field is really spacious. This starry sky is really clean. Thousands of stars are twinkling, the river of stars is flowing, and the dark clouds have dissipated completely. When will I be able to see such a clear sky when I raise my head from my side? Hundreds of people did not suffer any substantial damage from the shaking of the earth. At most, they were a little dizzy from the shaking of the seesaw-like ground. At this moment, they were still a little unsteady or a little exhausted. The situation was still considered good, but there seemed to be two exceptions. Hui and the little girl were emitting white smoke. They stood in front of the crowd like two pillars, motionless. They were all stunned. When they were about to go forward to check the situation, Hui suddenly shivered and quickly shook his hands and body to shake off all the smoke and dust on his body. The little girl was also speechless as she patted her gray-blue dress and complained, "That's why it's very dangerous to be together with you guys. It's like betting our lives against the void, and we can't even monitor whether or not the probability has been secretly adjusted. His situation is more serious than before, right?" The indiscriminate attack almost broke the rules of the entire space. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was forced to do so at the front line. Feng obviously hasn't recovered from the endless battles at the front line. He didn't hold back at all. The little girl rolled her eyes and did not say anything else. She more or less knew about the battle at the front line of the void. Just as she said at the beginning, no one had it easy in the past 5 eras. They were almost all beaten silly. Even after retreating from the front line to rest for a while, Feng Ling could not completely relax. His body was always ready to go on a rampage, and he would turn his attention to the slightest movement. If we had not kept him in check, the world would have turned into dust several times over. Then, he happened to gather a pile of chaos energy that had been pickled for 9 eras. Like a dog that had been grounded for a few days, he was ecstatic the moment he was let out, and no one could pull him back. Of course, she did not say that the two of them were on a leash. Anyway, that was what she meant. She and Hui had joined hands to hold down the rules and stability of this space, but they almost failed to do so. When the infinite chaos exploded, this place was almost destroyed. Anyway, those unlucky chaos soldiers happened to be in a state of suppression, and they happened to meet the two of them. The outcome was already decided when they met. As the wind from the stars blew, the dust and thin energy clouds in front of him dispersed. Dozens of meters away, the figure wrapped in colorful light appeared. There was not a single soldier of chaos in sight. Even the ground was a little unstable. It was as if a few layers of the ground had been scraped off. Wide cracks could be seen everywhere, and some of them were still extending deeper into the ground. The laws of the structure seemed to have suffered a bit of an impact. Originally, the remaining chaos aura here could still act as a glue to forcefully stick them together. Now, the chaos aura has been cleansed clean. After being shaken by the weak origin energy, I'm afraid it's not very stable anymore. We whistled and kept looking around. Fortunately, this is the starry sky, and there's still some time before the structural rules completely collapse. Just in time, I found the core. Core? The little girl was stunned. What core? Probably the core where the chaos soldiers. No, the core where the chaos presence has gathered. Maybe it's temporary. It's where they were entrenched before. I feel that there's still a weak energy remaining there. It's best to go and take a look. Hui raised his finger and pointed into the distance. Looking around, it should be the center of the city. They only went to the tower next to it, and did not visit the other buildings. Now, there was only a broken tower and a few other buildings that were already quite unstable. A few minutes later, everyone who slowly woke up was tidying up their messy appearance. They looked around with confused and blank eyes, and finally fixed their eyes on the 3 incredible people gathered together. "Little sister, are you hurt? Are you tired?" The young man in blue saw Yun Nuoshing coming back, with a sleepy and lazy look on her pretty face. He rushed over and spoke with a flattering smile on his face, and did not hide his concern in his words. Yun Nuoshing covered her mouth and yawned in response. Using the nihility infinite chaos in a self-sealed state was indeed not fun. In the last few seconds she almost destroyed the seal. "Alright, is everyone okay?" Seeing that she should be fine, the young man in blue nodded and looked around. Uncle Lu was reorganizing the people of the Alliance. As for the others, although they looked a little pale and a little dazed and not very energetic, there should not be too big of a problem. So he said to Hui, "Do you guys still want to go over?" Hui nodded and pointed to the city that had turned into a wasteland, and pointed to the center. "That should be the center. We need to go and take a look and check if those things are." Done. Does anyone still want to continue exploring? The blue-clothed youth turned around and shouted. Hearing this, everyone shuddered and shook their heads vigorously. They had been boxing with countless shadow monsters for an hour. They had been injured and healed several times. Although they still had physical strength, they were mentally exhausted. Right now, they were almost unable to stand up. Moreover, God knows what they would see if they went further in. They did not want to see those ink-like shadow monsters rushing out again. That would really give them nightmares. We won't go. If you guys still want to go forward, go ahead. We will rest here. Lu Weiran sat on the ground and let out a long breath. Looking at Yun Nuoxing and the others, she showed a stiff smile. To be honest, I thought we were done for today. I didn't expect you guys to be so powerful. I said it from the beginning, we are super brave. Hui gave a thumbs up and showed his shining white teeth. Then, he slightly restrained his expression and waved his hand. You guys can rest here. The things inside will not be fun. Let's go, let's go. Lu Weiran waved her hand and urged, even if it is fun, I won't go. I don't want to see those damn things come out again after taking a few steps. I've decided. The next time I want to explore the secret realm, I will also bring a large group of fully armed people and an entire ammunition depot. I can't take this situation again. Everyone smiled bitterly. After this time, they would have an inexplicable fear of the secret realm and cave residents. You guys still want to go? Zhou Zhibai's pretty face was full of exhaustion. There was still lingering fear, and the fear had just subsided. In a trance, she seemed to be able to see the scene of the gray wave rushing towards her. In addition, she could also think of the scene of Yun Nuoxing and the others sweeping the battlefield. No matter which one it was, it made her tremble. For an ordinary person who was busy in a passable city-level family not long ago, suddenly being thrown into the battlefield of war was too much of a shock. Let's go and have a look. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She stretched out her hand. After thinking for a while, she pressed on Zhou Zhibai's shoulder. You just rest here. It will be done in a while. We are just going to take a look. Looking back, except for Yun Nuoxing and the other two, there was only the blue-clothed young man walking towards the center of the city. When crossing the battlefield ruins, they could still feel the residual energy that had not completely subsided. The high energy and abnormal reactions coming from everywhere made the blue-clothed young man dizzy. Thinking that they were almost completely exposed, there was no need to hide anything anymore. He used the power of space to wrap the blue-clothed young man and walked forward together. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take for him to walk slowly. After dealing with these soldiers of chaos, the three of them felt even more uncomfortable. Their previous speculation was not completely over yet. Was this the wreckage of that continent, or was it just a fragment of that continent? Since there was a fragment here, could it be that there might be more such fragments with the power of chaos lurking in the three elements realm? Then, wouldn't it be? Forget it, let's check the core that remains here first. Maybe we can learn something. Phone, I suddenly have a bold guess. It was rare for Huey's mind to be active, and he put on a neurotic expression as he pinched his chin and pondered seriously. I don't think the incident in the 47th era was a coincidence. You mean that the power of that chaos concept body overturned its neighbors in the divine realm? You are saying that there is some other meaning behind it, right? Hui nodded vigorously, which made Yun Nuoxing curious. Why? Why? There is no why. I am just guessing, calculating the problem here and the thoughts of those damn things in the void of chaos. Hui shrugged. When we were in the cloud continent, didn't we see a chaotic concept body? Well, a real clone. In short, it's a clone. I'm a little concerned about what it said from you. Hui stroked his chin and thought silently, muttering to himself, chaos will return to the world again, it is finally back, and what it did on the distant continent. Phone, it is the same as what I discussed with you before. The origin has passed away, and the void of chaos has fallen into silence. There is definitely an inevitable connection between the two. The Void and the entire Greater Yuan realm have reached the greatest compromise and temporary peace under this condition. The origin and the chaos concept body can no longer affect the world, and it is only temporary. What I want to say is that the chaos concept body seems to be using its own method to try to revive. We pinched his cheeks and continued to think. Didn't the clone we met in the graveyard of gods and demons say that it was killed by the origin god? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at Hui, who was deep in thought. Then, he nodded his head and said, "Are you trying to say that the war in the 47th era, including the sudden sweep of the entire continent and the accidental arrival in the Three Elements sector, were all deliberately arranged by the concept body of chaos so that it could return to the world in the Three Elements sector?" Yes. Yun Nuoshing was silent. The possibility of such a conjecture was actually very high, and all sides had thought of it. Although there was the protection of the origin god, it was restored in the 51st era, and it did not exist in the 47th era. If Huey's conjecture was true, the chaos concept body had already made plans at that time. It made sense. However, later on, they were worried that the lower realm would be scourged by the underworld, so they reactivated the origin god's protection, and the chaos concept body might have been affected as well. Moreover, even with the origin god's protection, well, he could feel that he could break free of the protection if he really needed to. The protection set by the origin energy even included him in the range of the seal, and it was still suppressed by the origin energy. To put it bluntly, it was a higher level of self-sealing, and it could be broken free in an emergency. In that case, could it be hypothesized that the chaos concept body could also, after all, they were existences of the same level? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this conjecture was very likely. Even if there was a day when the origin returned, it would probably be difficult to discover that a malignant tumor was slowly growing in the distant Three Elements realm and slowly recovering its strength. When the time came for it to break out of its cocoon in the Three Elements realm, the Great Yuan realm would be in a bloodbath again. It can't be. Don't tell me we have to go to the Three Elements realm before settling the matter in the Eight Elements realm? It can't be that bad, right? Can we pretend that we didn't see it? Pretend that we didn't think of it. Let's sink this place and pretend that nothing happened. Hui suddenly pressed his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl looked at him helplessly. He was the one who came up with the reason, and he was the one who proposed the matter. After it was done, this guy pressed his head and thought about it like an ostrich. Wishful thinking. If it was really as they thought, that the Chaos Void planned to be reborn in the Three Elements realm and had been itching for 9 eras or even longer, they might have to torment the Three Elements realm for a period of time. Even if they didn't do it themselves, they would have to send someone to do it. The wind in the starry sky rolled up the dust. Narrowing his eyes, the blue-clothed young man blinked and shook his head. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and looked straight ahead. They had already come to the center of the ruins. Not far from them was a tall tower like a landmark. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing else worth paying attention to. It's empty around. Is there really nothing left? What about the thing you just said you saw? The blue-clothed young man looked at Hui and the others. Hui stood in place with his hands on his waist and looked around. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at the ground a few meters in front of him. There. Dig it up. It's right under there. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at this lazy guy. She waved her hand and rolled up a gust of wind, blowing the dust on the ground to the other side. The ground under their feet also gently shook for a while with this gust of wind. When the wind calmed down, the blue-clothed young man opened his eyes again. His expression suddenly froze. He seemed to right in front of them was a pit that was more than 10 meters deep. This pit might have covered 100 meters around it, which meant that they were standing on top of the pit. Now that the dust at the bottom of the pit had cleared, they could see the true appearance of the pit. At the bottom of the pit, there was a light red energy cloak. Inside the cloak was a gray stone disc that was carved on the ground. In terms of style, the disc was very similar to the buildings around it. 2 octagonal stars were carved on it, and the empty space was filled with many mysterious patterns that looked very dense and mysterious. "Oh, it's this thing." Hui pointed at the light red cover in front of him and walked forward. He stretched out his hand and gently opened the cover as if he was lifting a curtain. Other than the stone disc that was embedded in the ground, there was a light spot that was emitting a dark aura half a meter above the disc. Looking at it, it must be something from the chaos side. The core left behind by the chaos aura? Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. The original light and origin energy had begun to surge in her body. The chaos aura emitted by the light spot that was only the size of a fist was not particularly strong. This was also the reason why she did not remove the seal as soon as she saw it. This thing, like the soldiers of chaos, was pressed on the ground by the protection of the heavenly god of origin. For the time being, it could not release the aura that could destroy the Great Yuan realm. It seems that the chaos aura has been entrenched here for a very long time. It has been so long that it can produce changes on its own. Hui squatted on the ground and poked the solid disc. He touched his cheek and said, "We came here early. They have not changed to the extent that they can completely escape control. Anyway, Feng, you should get rid of that chaos aura first." Yun Nuoshing's expression froze. She stared at him with her eyes wide open and said, "Please repeat that." "Alright, you're the only one who can deal with it, right? It's not possible to throw it into the void. The void of the tertiary realm does not have the ability to get rid of the power of the chaos concept body in a suppressed state. The only one who can deal with it is you." Hui smiled embarrassedly as he met Feng's gaze. He stammered, "It should be fine, right?" "Should be?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and sneered. "This thing is the annihilation energy. As for the other annihilation energy, I already have one in my body. If I have another, anyway, you have 196 types of origin energy and 1 type of annihilation energy. Another annihilation energy will not break the balance." "Yes, yes." Hui nodded vigorously. Yun Nuoshing said, "What do you take me for? You're stuffing all the things you can't get rid of with me? A garbage incinerator?" "That's definitely not what you mean. It's just, alright, you shut up." "I know." Yun Nuoshing covered her face and let out a long sigh. She shook her head helplessly. The initial light and origin energy surged in her body and climbed up to her right hand. As she stretched out her palm, she grabbed the light spot that was emitting a gray aura. Under the suppressed state, the light spot was easily accepted by the initial light and turned into energy particles that fused with it. Hui swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. Seeing that Feng did not move for a long time, he was about to say something when he suddenly saw the colorful luster on Feng's body fade away. The initial light also turned into a dark color. A gray energy emerged from the latter's body. The moment the aura that could collapse the grand primordial realm appeared, his expression stiffened. He hurriedly took out the guardian's shield. "Feng, how are you? Are you still awake? If you're still awake, squeak. Don't scare me." Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned her head. Her gray eyes made Hui and the little girl's expressions turn sluggish. The self-sealing chains began to crack bit by bit. Why? You let me eat you. Now you're scared?" Yun Nuoshing suddenly rolled her eyes. Both of them were stunned. This familiar tone. It seemed that the person was still the same person. They hurriedly let out a sigh of relief. "Isn't this?" Hui smiled bitterly. He carefully moved forward and reached out to poke her face. "Every time you turn into the aura of the Order of Chaos, it's weird and scary. This new annihilation energy doesn't seem to be any different? But it seems a little different." "Ah, I can see it." Yun Nuoshing clenched her hands. "The annihilation energy is different from the origin energy. The origin energy can be divided into exactly 147 types. The 49 types that are weakened will not be discussed here. Each type can be said to be a situation in its own domain. The degree of similarity is not more than 30%. As for the annihilation energy, it seems that there are only 10 to 20% differences. But I only have 2 types of annihilation energy. The smallest even number of annihilation energies does not form a pattern. Yun Nuoshing's face trembled as he spoke. Seeing that Huey's eyes were rolling around as if he was thinking about something, he said resolutely, "Don't even think about asking me to look for the annihilation energy. The origin energy is already enough for me to handle, and you still want me to touch the annihilation energy. Those damn things are obviously up to no good. What interested, live well, I feel that they are deliberately trying to get me to the other side. Nothing good is going to happen. This time is already a special situation, so there won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. I'm just thinking." Hui scratched his head and muttered softly. "You're not the only one who can touch this. I want to see if I can find any strange patterns through you to deal with the power of chaos. Even if I can't use it now, it can be a rehearsal for the future or something. Alright, I won't say any more." Seeing Maple raise his hand, we quickly changed the topic and looked at the round plate on the ground. This round plate. I remember seeing it before, but I can't remember what it is used for. Maple, look at this. That is the control core of the area. Back then, when it was used to deal with that power, it was customized to divide the entire continent into battle areas. The voice did not come from any of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were stunned. They turned their heads together and saw the blue-robed youth smiling at them. His gaze fell on Hui. "Hello, guardian of the realm of the gods. It's been a long time." This. Hui was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. Immediately, her dull gray eyes turned into a colorful luster as she stared at the blue-robed youth. She suddenly understood and said, "I see. You are a reincarnated person." Chapter 1772. This was a very long story. Then let's keep it simple and focus on the main points. We are a group of old people who have lived for several eras, dozens of eras or dozens of eras. There's no need to be emotional here. Hui waved his hand and interrupted the brewing atmosphere, leaving the 3 people present speechless. The blue-clothed young man's face trembled slightly, and he smiled bitterly. "You are still the same as before. Then please allow me to use the simplest words to describe it." The blue-clothed young man coughed softly and looked up at the starry sky. His thoughts were churning and slightly complicated. At the beginning of the story, he was in the 3 elements realm. He was an ordinary person in this world who lived to the age of 20. He experienced a transformation of his thoughts and emotions. He was ordinary. Stop, please shorten the ordinary part. Hui hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt the young man's lyrical narration. The blue-clothed young man smiled bitterly and said, "This is the 6th century. The young man in blue smiled bitterly. "I heard you say that it's the 56th era now, right? 10 eras ago, in the 46th era, I crossed over from this planet of life to the 8 elements realm for some unknown reason. It's another gathering place of life that is adjacent to the God realm. Over a long period of time, I started as an ordinary person and worked hard bit by bit until I became a heavenly god. You seem to have more or less figured out what happened after that. In the 47th era, that continent was attacked and destroyed by this unknown energy. I was suppressed by that energy in the continent that was about to be destroyed, and I passed through the barrier of the primordial realm and returned to the 3rd element's realm, so this secret realm was actually left behind by you. However, you left it in the past, in this special place in the 47th era. Hui rubbed his cheeks. After 9 eras, he returned to the place where it ended. It seemed like nothing had changed. Yes, and I also left something in my soul to hint to myself and guide myself to come back here one day to clean up the things that I didn't have time to deal with. The blue-clothed young man scratched his head. This is what I told you before. The hint just now also told me to come here last, so I simply followed you. I see. Hui suddenly understood. He pointed at the land beneath his feet and changed the topic. Is this place the main body of the continent or just a fragment? The blue-clothed young man shook his head. I don't know. When I rushed into the void with it and came to the three elements realm, it experienced a violent explosion. I saw that some of the fragments of the explosion were annihilated in the void of the three elements realm. I don't know the specifics. Perhaps they have all been annihilated. As for this area that is preserved now, this is a region near the center of the continent, not the central area. I was only able to see all of this because I was lucky. The young man in blue pointed at the solid disk on the ground. When the dark power swept the continent away, this was the only area where the core was still operating. I survived by relying on the protection of the power near the core, for now. Later, you were eroded by the power of chaos and didn't survive. We looked at him. The power of chaos. Ah yes. This power penetrated the barrier and eroded me. Because I was worried that the remaining power of chaos in this remaining fragment would spread, I found a way to hide it in a space. I don't know why, but I saw the world I had lived in for 20 years appear in front of me. It was almost the same as an era ago, but I couldn't find any trace of familiarity. At that time, I knew that this was a special world. Even so, I didn't have enough time to explore it. The blue-clothed young man scratched his head and sighed. After I dealt with this fragment, before I was completely devoured by the power of chaos, I jumped into the void and disintegrated by myself. What happened next is the story of this life. I opened my eyes and returned to this world. After living for about 20 years, I forgot everything that happened in the 8 elements realm. Until now, when I saw this core, I suddenly remembered everything I had experienced. The blue-clothed young man took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. 9 eras have passed. It's like a dream. Whether it's the life I lived here, or the era I spent in the 8 elements realm, it's all like a dream. That's all there is to it. The blue-clothed young man shrugged his shoulders at Hui and the others. Sometimes, the so-called truth of some things was actually quite simple. It was so simple that it could be divided into 5 steps in detail. Hui, who had been guessing for a long time, was a little stunned after hearing the whole story. The ending was different from what he had imagined. He thought it would be a magnificent and epic story, but he didn't expect it to be, well, it was just a story of a wanderer who had mysteriously slipped away from the 3 elements realm to the 8 elements realm, and was left in the 8 elements realm for an entire era. A lot of things must have happened in this era, but this was the blue-clothed young man's story. Now, well, there was no need to listen to this story. When you came back here, did you feel anything strange? Hui looked at the blue-clothed young man. I'm talking about this life star. In these 20 years, including the previous 20 years, it's close to half a century of life. Actually, I didn't figure out anything. Oh, that's normal. After all, although it's said that I've been here or there for 40 years, my understanding is quite vague. Hui nodded to express his understanding. If his soul lost its memory and returned to the God realm, everything would start from scratch. Perhaps he really wouldn't be able to figure out anything in these 40 years. No, it's not that. Well, you can't completely count it like that. The blue-clothed young man put his hands on his waist. How should I put it? I have 40 years of memory, and now that my understanding has returned, it's very fast to go through these 40 years of memory. I just finished looking through them, and I didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. I don't know if it's because the range of activity in these 40 years is too small, or because I didn't deliberately pursue it. So many things are not particularly clear. Well, it seems that we have to wait and see. Speaking of which, why are you here? The blue-clothed young man scratched his head. People from the 8 elements realm rarely come to the 3 elements realm. Most of them go to the 7 elements realm or the 6 elements realm. Well, about that, we have to talk about a certain. Feng, are you done over there? Hui turned his gaze to Maple, who was still standing on the spot like a pillar. The energy of annihilation and the energy of origin danced on his body, flickering like a lamp with insufficient voltage. Did you really eat something bad? This annihilation energy isn't the main body. Yun Nuoxing glared at him fiercely. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had to adjust the relationship between the annihilation energy and origin energy, he would have given him a kick with his shoe. Well, it's actually like this. Hui shook his head and ignored a certain someone's resentment. He turned to the blue-clothed young man and asked why they were here. Vacation. It wasn't long, but it was said too quickly. The blue-clothed young man accurately grasped the word and smiled bitterly. That's a little annoying. I'm in the middle of my vacation, and I'm forced to work overtime or something. How difficult. Then the two of them squatted at the side with their arms around each other's shoulders and sighed as if they were resonating with each other. The little girl couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. It's not easy for you either. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. By the time the two lunatics were done resonating with each other, Yun Nuoxing had also successfully held down the split energy of annihilation. As expected, his energy family had another powerful member. He already had enough powerful members in his family, and he was afraid that they would one day find each other an eyesore and purge each other. Looking at the current balance, the two energies of annihilation would be crushed to death in the cradle by the origin energy in a matter of minutes. Hui asked, "What's your plan for the future?" The young man in blue thought for a while, and then smiled helplessly. After all, I didn't prepare anything before I died. Even though my divine soul has been awakened, I haven't recovered a bit of my former self. For the time being, I don't need to think about the 8 elements realm. As he spoke, he suddenly put his hands on his waist and said proudly, "What's more, there are people I care about in this world now. I plan to stay here for the time being." Oh, after all, you've been reborn. It's normal to have a place to belong. As for the 8 elements realm, well, we suggest that you don't go back if you have nothing to do, at least for the next few eras. What happened there? The blue-clothed young man was startled. Well, something happened. Anyway, if you want to live a stable life, forget about the 8 elements realm for the time being. As for that place, forget it, let's not talk about it. I came down here for a vacation. Talking about that place gives me a headache. Hui held his head exaggeratedly and smiled bitterly. At least for now, we want to rest quietly for a while. Not to say a year or a half, at least for a few days or half a month. Yun Nuoxing said, "Admit it, you're here to escape." Hui grimaced and waved his hand gloomily and helplessly. "Originally, I was. Phew, forget it. It's not easy to squeeze out time for a vacation, but we still have to run into some trouble. Is it reminding us that there's a dead thing above our heads?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Hui regretted it. He looked at Feng with a pained expression. Because of Hui's words, Feng revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Hui, expressionlessly saying the words that made it difficult for Hui to refute. "Hui, I want to go back." Hui covered his face. This was really a case of reaping what he sowed. Originally, he had brought them out for a vacation. It was fine that they encountered such a thing, but he still had to mention it. How could he fool Maple? Really, Maple, couldn't he just walk a few more laps? They had only been out for a few days. The doomed creatures of the 8 elements realm wouldn't set off a monstrous wave just because it happened to be these few days, right? That couldn't be, right? Well, it was actually possible. Well, when the trouble in this world is over, let's go back, okay? Hui only felt an invisible pressure when Feng stared at him with his bright eyes. He could not help but smile bitterly. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He did not urge or mention a specific time, as though he was just casually mentioning it. However, We clearly knew that this guy had actually been concerned about the matters at the void front line all this while. Boom! Boom! A roar came from the distance of the floating island. It should have been a movement that had happened for a long time. They all raised their heads and looked into the distance. The energy of the core has been exhausted because of the disappearance of the power of chaos. Most of the structure has been destroyed. No, it's too late to replenish the energy now. The young man in blue reacted and threw himself on the stone disk. His eyes kept sweeping around. After a while, his expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly. Uncle Lou and the others are still waiting over there. The core energy has been exhausted. This area will completely disintegrate in an hour. I'm afraid that even the starry sky I left behind at that time will not last long." "Can't we replenish the energy? Feng is here. He has that energy." We could not help but ask as they ran out. The young man in blue shook his head. "Back then, our continent divided the area to fight against the power from beyond the sky. Once it is confirmed that it is occupied by the power of chaos and the energy is exhausted, it will enter a state of self-destruction. It is to let the area eroded by the power of chaos self-disintegrate. This process is very difficult to reverse." We did not believe it. He turned his head and looked at Feng. The latter nodded at him. "The structure has completely collapsed. There is no saving it. We also did not record the original structure of the structure. It is almost impossible to repair." Hui smiled bitterly. In the end, it was still the old saying, if others were risking their lives to seek death, could they stop them? He was used to this method of resisting the power of chaos. According to Jing Yun and the others, during the mythological era, there were similar measures to deal with the power of chaos. It was just that they were more experienced and ruthless in dealing with it. For example, they would use the power of order to transform the light of a world that had been completely occupied into a huge energy ball and throw it into the void of chaos, or set off fireworks or something like that. It was reasonable and orderly to discuss the other side before destroying it. "Wait a minute." After running for a few steps, the blue-clothed young man quickly stopped. Under the confused gaze of Yun Nuoshing and the other two, he quickly ran back to the side of the stone disk. After fiddling with it for a few seconds, he took the lead and rushed forward. "I've rebuilt the bridge. Although there is no way to stop it from disintegrating, it is still possible to use the energy to open a path." By the time Yun Nuoshing and the others returned to Lu Weiran and the others, the shaking of the earth had made them very uneasy. The young man in blue did not say a word and rushed back to the way they came. Along the way, the sound of the falling earth was getting stronger and stronger. It felt like they were climbing and going downhill in a mountainous area. Along the way, they did not know how many mountains had fallen in front of them. When everyone hurried across the long bridge of stars and returned to the platform on the other side, an extremely violent roar and explosion suddenly came from the entire starry sky. It was as if hundreds of millions of supernovas had bloomed at the same time. Their vision was dyed into a dazzling white. When they came back to their senses, they could no longer see the shadow of the giant floating island. "Today is the most exciting day of my life in the past few decades." Lu Weiran looked at the empty starry sky and let out a soul-deep sigh. Everyone nodded vigorously. The young man in blue listened to everyone's voices and secretly stuck out his tongue. After all, this was a large group of ordinary people. Except for the 3 people and him who had just awakened his soul, the others were already very tired. After fighting with the soldiers of chaos and running for their lives before the floating island sank, they had run hundreds of marathons at the speed of light. At this moment, 1/3 of the people were lying on the ground with their tongues stuck out. After all, this place was created by him. Seeing how everyone was tormented like this, it was really hard on everyone. The surrounding starry sky was trembling slightly, and there were signs of distortion in the distance. Obviously, this place was about to end. The young man in blue looked at everyone and then continued to smile bitterly. Even if the starry sky was about to collapse, Lord Guardian, can you directly strip the space away? Everyone can't run anymore. The young man in blue moved to Huey's side and whispered. Without thinking, Huey kicked the ball to Feng. At this moment, that guy was still carrying the little girl from the Zhou family, who was so tired that her eyes were rolling back. Feng Yu, before he could finish speaking, Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. She lowered her right hand and snapped her fingers. A few seconds later, the starry sky suddenly became distorted. The scene in front of them turned into an abstract oil painting. It also looked as if there were tens of millions of vortexes twisting into a fried dough twist in the starry sky. Everyone was shocked. When the distortion reached the upper limit of what the space could withstand, the entire starry sky cracked like a mirror and shattered with a crash. Everyone quickly stood up, wondering what had happened. Then, they saw the underground hall that they had set off from before appearing in their line of sight. Around them were the cultivators of the Alliance, who were guarding the door with dumbfounded expressions. Plop! The sound of a large number of bodies falling to the ground shocked everyone again. As soon as they turned around, they saw more than 90 people lying on the ground with their eyes rolling back. Hui was shocked. He didn't know if it was because they had exhausted all their physical strength and saw that they had finally returned to a familiar place, or because they were killed by Feng during the spatial switch just now. They all fainted when they relaxed. Lu Weiran shrugged at the blue-clothed youth. I feel a little baffled. In short, it was better to arrange for people to take care of these people who had experienced a lot of seemingly magical things but also seemed like nothing had happened. The blue-clothed youth looked at the people from the Lu family who were rolling their eyes. Among the more than 90 people who had fainted, it seemed that only Lu Wuxing was foaming at the mouth and unconscious. He really had fainted, so he carefully glanced in the direction of Yun Nuoxing. Forget it. He didn't want to delve into this matter. Speaking of which, the people from the Lu family were trying their best to hide behind Yun Nuoxing. He didn't know if they were frightened by this god. After dealing with everyone's matters, Lu Weiran finally had time to breathe a sigh of relief. She said to the blue-clothed youth, I've already forgotten why we went to that place in the first place. This. The blue-clothed youth laughed dryly and scratched his cheek with a bitter expression. He couldn't tell Uncle Lu about those things. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Well, I really want to reset the time in these few days. Just pretend that I never came here, and then never come back again. Lu Weiran smiled helplessly and shook her head. As they came out of the secret territory, the portal began to become unstable. It trembled and shook a few times, then slowly shrank and dissipated. The portal that had been entrenched here for a while was completely closed, and the things that happened inside were forever sealed in the void, and no one would mention it again. The next day, when she woke up in the morning, she saw herself lying on the bed. Zhou Zhibai only felt a little confused. What happened yesterday? Did something happen yesterday? Or was it just a dream? She really couldn't tell it apart. However, being able to open her eyes every morning was already a blessing at night. In her memory, there were many people who disappeared silently in the night. This was one of the things she was more afraid of. She always felt that if she closed her eyes at night, she would never be able to open them again. You're awake. The sound of the door being pushed open was accompanied by a soft voice. Zhou Zhibai quickly woke up and subconsciously clutched the quilt. She found that she was still wearing the same clothes. She was well dressed and didn't show any signs of spring. She relaxed and raised her head to look in the direction of the door. Yun Nuoxing was slowly walking in. Mr. Feng, Zhou Zhibai was about to get out of bed, but Yun Nuoxing quickly held her down and shook his head. Just call me Feng Ling. Didn't you change your name in the secret territory? I'm not used to it yet. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. It was mainly because she saw the kind of scene and the destructive power he had. She couldn't bring herself to say this slightly intimate name. Yun Nuoxing walked in and examined Zhou Zhibai with his eyes. Then, he leaned forward and suddenly reached out his hand. Zhou Zhibai was scared and shrank back slightly. When she saw that his hand had already touched her hair, her pretty face instantly turned red. Zhou Zhibai closed her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. She only subconsciously clutched the quilt tightly. Yun Nuoxing nodded and put down his hand after a moment. You're also fine. That's good. You're the last to wake up. Yun Nuoxing crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He said faintly, when you came out, you scared Elder Meng and Elder Jing. Hui and I were responsible for checking all the people who came out of the secret territory, so that you wouldn't have any sequelae. After all, they had come into contact with the power of chaos. They had to be careful to avoid any accident. Now that they confirmed that everyone was fine, it was really over. What? Zhou Zhibai's cheeks were red. She lowered her head and muttered. What? No, no. Zhou Zhibai shook her head repeatedly. She pressed her hands on the bed and rubbed them a few times uneasily. After a long time, she mustered up the courage to speak in a voice that only she could hear. Thank you. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and walked towards the door. Tidy up and come out first. There are some things to discuss in the secret territory. Everyone else went back first. You're the only one left. Chapter 1773. It was a postscript about the Mystery Realm. Actually, it was nothing much. It was just a brief mention of this unusual Mystery Realm. Anyone who walked around in it, as long as they had brains and their brains were not stuffed with weeds or cow dung, could feel that the situation inside was far from normal. Based on their own knowledge and worldview, it was not like they had never been to the cave abodes and secret realms of mortal immortals or heavenly realm experts. The model of the Mystery Realm that had just ended, well, it was obviously completely different from the two mentioned above. It was like walking around in a dream. Although they came out alive and safe, they still felt like they were in the depths of a dream and were in a daze. As for the matter to be mentioned, it was nothing more than poking Lu Zifeng's mouth or something. The Mystery Realm was secondary. The most important thing was the mysterious identities of the three people. After all, the incident of the two people smashing the ground with their fists that day was obvious to all. It was better to keep the information under wraps, lest it cause strange chaos in the country. That's about it. Although it might be a little redundant, it's just a reminder. Lu Weiran nodded and said to Zhou Zhibai. She clapped her hands and announced the end of the explanation. There's nothing else. Go back and have a good rest. Pretend that this never happened. The young man in blue shrugged and said, After all, there's nothing. This time it's like going out for a vacation and inexplicably encountering a landslide, an avalanche, a volcanic tornado and hailstorm, and then being hit by a meteorite and rolling all the way from the top of the mountain to the river at the foot of the mountain. Unfortunately, there was a flood and being washed into the sea. In the end, I was fished onto a boat. After 2 days of recuperation, I returned to normal without leaving any side effects. Everyone. Are you playing games with a natural disaster here? Hey, that's what it means. I didn't get anything from this trip to the Mystery Realm, right? I only got a bunch of messy experiences and memories, and they're the kind of memories that won't be pulled out if nothing happens. The blue-clothed youth grinned at Lu Weiran. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. It's fine. If there's anything, I'll help you make another trip. Lu Weiran rolled her eyes. That was the gist of it. They had made a trip to the secret realm, but the information they had was completely wrong. Or rather, there was no information at all. If it weren't for the appearance of the secret realm itself and the small mechanisms installed in the passage, he wouldn't have thought of it as a secret realm of heavenly state or mortal immortals. This was simply a pit. They had spent so much effort to go one round in it, and not only did they end up as bystanders, but they were also met with a face full of dust. In the end, they had to force themselves to pretend that nothing had happened, just like a dream. If you want to say it, well, although it's a bit abrupt, what do you plan to do next? On the beach of the island, the young man in blue put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sparkling sea. He tilted his head slightly and asked Hui, who was in a daze. Well, actually, there's nothing to do. Hui subconsciously said this sentence, and his whole body trembled. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the side. When he saw that Feng wasn't beside him, he sighed in relief and continued. Originally, we came here to rest for a while and give ourselves a vacation. Well, now because of this annoying thing that we deliberately put aside for the time being, Feng even said, I want to go back or something. Hui scratched his head. Then let's go back after 2 more days. Although there's nothing to do here, I just want to relax for 2 days. Dragging out the vacation time and not wanting to go to work. I know that very well. The blue-clothed youth spread his hands. The two looked at each other and sighed. 2 days, huh? Let's go around this world and see if there's anything particularly interesting. I'm quite interested in that world core. Hui shook his hand to get rid of the gloomy atmosphere. A world core that manifests in the prime realm and runs around everywhere is rare even in the eightfold realm. Speaking of the world core, the blue-clothed youth rubbed his chin and pondered. He slowly said, some time ago we encountered something special. The beginning of that thing hasn't been found yet, and it ended in a muddled and strange way. When we tried to find a way to explore it, it seemed like everything was stopping us. Things that shouldn't be wrong in theory, things that shouldn't happen in theory, and some strange natural phenomena. We became spirited when talking about strange things. Now that you mention it, I'm excited. Can you tell me more about it? There's quite a lot. I'll just pick a few simple ones. Do you still remember the bunch of natural phenomena I just mentioned? The one where you played hide and seek with nature? The blue-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of saliva and scratched his head with a wry smile. Hide and seek. Ahem, actually, that's not an exaggeration. That's a situation I encountered in the middle of investigating the matter I just told you about. In just half an hour, I experienced everything I said. Hui listened with his mouth agape. Good heavens, there's actually someone who can treat a natural disaster documentary as a diary? Is this guy cursed by the rules? Or is he, in fact, the chosen one? The one responsible for bad luck? In addition to what I said, there were other things that happened at the same time. For example, an unpredictable solar storm, and a satellite that had long passed the solar storm's impact time but failed for no reason. Abnormal crustal movements, sudden earthquakes, flash floods, tsunamis, thunderstorms, and even a thunderbolt that blew up a pile of ruins in my basement. Also, because I went to a place to investigate, it caused a mountain fire that was extinguished for half a year and still couldn't be put out, and so on. Seeing Huey's expression become more and more strange and pitiful as he recounted, the blue-clothed youth hurriedly waved his hand. No, it's not just me who caused it. Uncle Lou and the others also had the same situation. It's us who encountered these things together. We just thought it was an unlucky year and bad feng shui. Well, it's true that cultivators aren't very careful when they say these things. These things put together are too coincidental and too deliberate. But at that time, we just couldn't explain it because they were all natural disasters and eliminated the possibility of man-made causes. We believed that this was something that couldn't be traced and announced early on that we gave up. Now that I think about it, maybe we were targeted by the heavens. Cough, cough, maybe we were targeted by the world core of this world. It sounds like the world core itself wants to cover up or block something, and use the power of the rules to affect you guys. Hui listened and nodded. So, what's the situation? The blue-clothed youth rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, thinking for a while about how to put it in the simplest and most convenient way. That started a year ago. Omitting the matter of the local life, that you guys don't pay attention to, it should be that the people in the world are secretly looking for something. Should be? Hui listened to this ambiguous statement and frowned. It can't be that they're looking for the world core, right? It's fine if that thing manifests in the real world, but it also appears in front of many lives? No, it shouldn't be, right? The blue-clothed youth covered his eyes and laughed bitterly. It shouldn't be. Normal people shouldn't be able to directly face the world core. To be more specific, a year ago, a group of powerful people secretly infiltrated our Huaxia. I'll omit a few million words in the middle, but in the end we caught them and got what I just said from them. That thing has been around the world for more than 10 years, and they followed the traces to our Huaxia. So, we followed the clues they gave us, and the situation after that is as you know. They only said that it's a thing, something ancient, something powerful, something. The blue-clothed youth pursed his lips. That's about it. Are you interested in taking a look? Hui thought for a while and shook his head. To be honest, I'm not interested this time. I see. Hearing this, the blue-clothed youth scratched his head regretfully. All right, then let's put this matter aside for now. But you can probably touch it when you're bored. The blue-clothed youth smiled bitterly. All right, I'll tell you about it. If you suddenly have the energy to go look for it, I'll ask Uncle Lu to make things convenient for you. Oh, it doesn't seem to be necessary. Although it should be something fun, Hui was not interested in it. He was scared of that damned secret realm. This damned world was really afraid that he would suddenly encounter something related to the order of chaos. If that happened, Maple would urge him to go back. At that point, he really couldn't force Maple to stay here and rest. Therefore, though he found it amusing, he could only go against his conscience, so none of it, and say that he was not interested or something like that. Well, it was still possible for them to secretly check it out. From the perspective of the void, this planet with life actually held no secrets to them. It was just a matter of whether they wanted to unravel it or not. As for what it was, they would just have to take a look. According to the blue-clothed youth, those people should be looking for that thing that might be able to obtain great power. As soon as he heard this, he knew that the mysterious thing was most likely an energy source. It contained a huge amount of energy and could move on its own. That was why it could fool the locals. So far, no one had even seen its true appearance. These people were quite patient. They had been chasing an invisible thing for more than 10 years. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head to look at the little girl. He couldn't help but cover his face. She was also very powerful. She had been chasing the invisible core of the 8 Elements realm for several eras. The whole Deyuan realm had been circled by her many times. However, he had to put this matter aside for the time being. He could do it alone in the dark. For the next 2 days, it was impossible to stay in the villa. After coming to the new world, it was impossible to stay in one place and do nothing. When Zhou Zibai regained some of her vitality, he would continue to bring people out to cause trouble. It would be best if he could cause so much trouble that Maple did not have time to think about the void frontline. As for where to cause trouble, this kind of thing was fine, even if it was just going out for a stroll. Although I know what you are thinking, Zhou Zibai couldn't help muttering. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was walking in front of the little girl, and sighed. But we came back from the island less than a day ago. Can't you let me rest for a while? Hey, little girl, life is about tormenting yourself. You will get rusty if you rest for so long. Hui grinned hard. Zhou Zibai rolled her eyes. Although she knew that the 3 people in front of her were not as simple as they looked, and they might not be as young as they looked. But when she saw a young man who seemed to be a little younger than her calling her little girl, she felt strange in her heart. Jiang City was not particularly prosperous. It was barely near the seaside, and it was not very close to the seaside. There were basically no major natural disasters, so it was relatively safe. They were near the suburbs, far away from the city center. There were not many places to visit. Tall scaffolding could be seen everywhere. It was a building waiting to be built, or a wasteland waiting to be treated. Looking a little further away, they could almost see the uplifted hills. There were also muddy footprints left by vehicles on the nearby road. They were originally far away from the downtown area. After taking 2 steps out, they unknowingly became more remote. It was a good afternoon, and the whole long street was quiet. The scene suddenly changed in front of them. The ground was full of mud and sand, and there was a little gloomy atmosphere, which made Hui and the others startled. Does this place have a story? A straight road opened up behind him, extending for 2 to 3 miles. It was a residential area full of vitality, no longer as barren as this place. However, this place, which was only a short distance away, seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicably unpleasant aura. It didn't look much different from the surrounding reddish-brown soil, but it was completely barren in front of him. There wasn't even a blade of grass, and it was lifeless. There was a gloomy and cold aura lingering on this completely dead land, as if something was entrenched here. This place. Zhou Zhibai slightly frowned and thought, but she couldn't give an answer. I've only heard of this place. The older generation said that this place is a mass grave, and it's inauspicious. Some people said that it has nothing to do with this. They talked about feng shui, but no one said anything specific. It doesn't look like a mass grave. Hui shook his head. There is no residual soul aura, not even a little fragment. There should not have been a large-scale burial of the dead here in the past 100 years. It is a bit like entrenched, something that is the opposite of order, but not like the order of chaos. Hearing the words order and chaos again, Zhou Zhibai finally could not help but ask curiously, I have always heard you guys talk about order and chaos. Do they refer to something specific? Oh, you guys have a saying in recent years to describe things that exist in the world, called it matter, and another kind of antimatter, that is the opposite of its nature, right? We said. Zhou Zhibai nodded. You can just treat it as that kind of situation. Although the truth is trillions of times more complicated than this part, for you just need to understand it simply. There is no need to go deeper. Zhou Zhibai rolled her eyes and tried to understand. So, there is an anti-chaos aura remnant here? Well, I feel like it, but it is not purely the kind that we are familiar with. Feng, take a look at the situation. This remnant trace is a little too big. Yun Nuoxing came back to her senses and moved the lines on her face as a response. She turned around and jumped into the land, walked back and forth twice, then jumped to the side of the road and said, Negative aura, 30% similar to the aura of chaos. Although I am still not sure. Zhou Zhibai tried to understand, tried and gave up. But if this thing is left here, it should be very dangerous, right? It is harmless. Yun Nuoxing shook her head, then suddenly paused and nodded. For you guys, if it is a threat that is enough to affect the mind and destroy the soul, if it is left here, it will quietly spread. Then it is better to get rid of it. This place is quite close to where people live. Hui nodded in understanding and stretched for a while. Just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. A person was quickly approaching them. Hey! It is very dangerous here, all of you back off. Although they did not know what was going on, when something was rapidly approaching them, the action of retreating was instinctive. So Hui, the little girl, and Zhou Zhibai hurriedly took 2 steps back. Yun Nuoxing was still in a daze and did not react. She slowly turned her head and saw a shadow rushing in front of her. Like the wind, the shadow dragged her around and threw her to Hui. She was stunned. The shadow that suddenly appeared took something out of nowhere and waved it at the brownish-red ground in front of her. There was a slight sound of energy, and then a glowing dust was sprinkled on the ground in front of her by the person in front of her. It was estimated that it was not even 2 grams, but after only 5 seconds, a slightly huge energy storm rolled up on the ground. The dust and the storm were probably invisible to ordinary people. It could be seen from Zhou Zhibai's dazed look at the person rather than the storm. The storm only swirled in place for a while before it dissipated on its own. The unknown gloomy aura lingering in this place also did not dissipate. The reason was unclear. He looked as if it had been purified. There was no longer any trace of gloomy aura left in this place. The wind that blew in his face made him feel refreshed. Perhaps a few blades of grass could grow back in this destroyed place. TSK. The energy aura has become stronger again. It seems that I have to hurry up. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her smacked her lips and muttered to herself. When she was done, she gently breathed a sigh of relief. When she turned around and was about to leave, she saw the 4 people staring at her. Her pretty face suddenly stiffened. Yun Nuoshing calmed himself down and looked at the person who threw him away. It was a girl wearing a white cloak with red patterns engraved on it. She was petite and had an exquisite figure, but he could still see some obvious curves. She had a head of light blonde hair, and her appearance could be said to be 1 in a million beautiful and, he could not say whether it should be called cute or beautiful. In some ways there was nothing wrong with her delicate face. At this moment, her slightly stiff and flustered appearance made her look a little pitiful. Her light silver eyes could not help but twitch a little. Before Yun Nuoshing and the others could express anything with their expressionless faces, the girl suddenly put her palms together and bowed to them. Her tone was indifferent as she said, "I'm very sorry for scaring you. I just saw that there was something unclean here, so I quickly came to deal with it. If I scared you, please forgive me." After that, she raised her head and stuck out her tongue at them cutely. Hey hey. Zhou Zhibai's cheeks twitched slightly. Taoist? Exorcism? Yes, that's what I mean. The girl in the white cloak instantly understood something and nodded vigorously. Then she laughed dryly and stepped back. There is nothing strange here. I have to find the next strange place to maintain world peace. I'll take my leave first. There was another burst of hurried footsteps, rushing over like a gust of wind and rushing away in a hurry. At the same time, it also purified the place in front of them. Zhou Zhibai was a little stunned. Have the Taoist style changed these years? Hui blinked his eyes. Can't you see it? Oh, that's right. You're just a little girl. You can't see it. Zhou Zhibai puffed her cheeks. Please don't. Forget it, Mr. Hui. What did you just say? What's so special about that girl? What's so special about him? Hui thought for a moment, and suddenly an expression of having a good idea appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Zhibai. He lowered his head and said in a gloomy tone, "That girl is not human. Well, that is to say, she's some kind of monster?" Zhou Zhibai said calmly. Hui saw that the little girl wasn't scared at all, so he scratched his head in boredom and skipped this part. Spiritual monster. Not really, but I didn't pry into it right away, so for the time being. Feng, did you see it? Yun Nuoshing raised her head and slowly responded, weak aura of order, camouflaged, low entanglement of rules, correction. For the tertiary realm, strong aura of order, high entanglement of rules, and obvious traces of energy. I speculate that there is a 50% probability that it's an energy life form. The traces of energy transformation are within the normal range. Oh-ho. Hui and the little girl made a sound of obvious interest at the same time. Zhou Zhibai looked at them with a blank face, not knowing what was going on. Shall we follow them and take a look? Hui's mouth curved into a rather interested arc. Yun Nuoshing did not respond. She reached out and held Zhou Zhibai's waist. There was no need to respond to such a simple question. Hui had already pulled her and flew into the sky as soon as she finished speaking. As Zhou Zhibai got used to their identities, Hui became more and more unscrupulous. For example, when they flew into the sky this time, the little girl was so scared that she screamed desperately in his arms. It did not take much effort to find the girl in the cloak. When they found her, she had already arrived at the other end of Jiang City, which was also a suburb. She used the skill that she just showed in front of them to deal with the remaining dark aura on the ground. Well, look again, she's not human. We can't pry into it openly. She can sense it. 1,000 meters high in the sky, Hui looked carefully for a while, and then cut his line of sight. The girl in the cloak was now looking around in confusion on the brownish-red soil. There was no trace of her. There shouldn't be any life form that can reach this level on this planet, right? Yun Nuoshing said, I don't know. It's hard to say. If the tertiary realm has a theoretical life form conversion, it's much easier to transform into an energy life form than the tertiary realm. I'm a little interested. I want to see. Hui turned his gaze and saw that Feng really showed an interested expression. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Well, it's worth it to hear this sentence. Even if I blow up this place, I won't regret it. Chapter 1774. It had long been a common occurrence. The endless cycle of every day was a chase race that would not change at all. Being chased by time, one would habitually run along with time. As long as one was still alive, there was no way to stop. Day after day, it was a monotonous cycle. Zhou Zhibai felt that she had completely gotten used to this cycle of more than 20 years. Everything happened step by step, and she grew up step by step. It was as if it had become a convention that someone would come to find trouble with her. When she was chasing time, she also had to deal with the competitors who were also running desperately on the track. If she wanted to get out of the vortex, she had to destroy it or choose to stay away. She felt that this cycle would continue until more than 10 years later, when someone took over the small participation qualification from her and continued. Then, 3 meteorites suddenly came out of nowhere and knocked her out of the battle of the vortex into the deep sea. It was completely out of the past track, and even made it impossible for her to predict the future. Everything was out of control. However, it seemed to be not bad. Her life had already been fixed, and there was a slight change in her life to experience some other things. She felt that this was something that countless people wanted to experience once, no matter where they were. Now, she bumped into this opportunity, and she should firmly grasp it. For this reason, it should be quite good to temporarily put aside the things behind her. It would be good if Mr. Hui did not suddenly pull her and fly into the sky, high and far away in the blue sky, side by side with the white clouds. Unfortunately, she was not sitting in a metal shell that weighed hundreds of tons, but was floating here with the wind. The wind at high altitude blew her long hair into a mess, but she did not have time to deal with it. She was afraid that if she let go of her hand, she would scream out loud. If it's possible, I hope that the next time you fly, you can let me know a little so that I can be mentally prepared. Zhou Zhibai fiercely grabbed Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, and her pretty face was pale. She looked down at the ground and confirmed that her feet were really in the air. She trembled and closed her eyes while trembling. This height is not even as high as that tower. What are you afraid of? Hui sighed and waved his hand. Don't worry. But I'm just an ordinary person. Zhou Zhibai could not help but smile bitterly. The difference between 1,000 meters and 10,000 meters is nothing more than which one takes longer to shout. The effect of landing is the same for me. Don't worry, don't worry. I won't let you land on the ground. Hui gave a thumbs up and grinned. He seemed to be a little excited now. Besides, even if there's a pa-ji sound after the we can still pull you back. Zhou Zhibai. Although it sounded amazing, she didn't want to experience it at all. Yun Nuoxing patted her back and said, Don't worry. Since he said that, he won't have any scruples. You'll get used to it. I can't get used to it. 1,000 meters high in the sky, a group of 4 figures were half hidden in the clouds. They looked down at the ground and the entire Jiang city from the sky. They had a slightly different feeling. For example, on the day they landed, they did not find that there were large and small dark auras hidden in Jiang city. The negative auras they just saw on the brownish-red land were not unique. There were dozens of places in the entire Jiang city, and the scale was not the same. The negative auras in the place they first saw were relatively small. These auras are entrenched in the city, and no one knows about them. Over time, they will spread. At first, they will affect the people living around them, making people irritable and magnifying the negative emotions in their hearts. When the scale of concentration is expanded, they can even directly affect a passerby. Hui looked at the cloaked girl who continued to clean below as he spoke. He tilted his head and looked at Zhou Zhibai. These are not natural products. Has anything happened in Jiang City? Zhou Zibai thought carefully and shook her head. I've lived in Jiang City for 20 years, and I haven't heard of any major events related to the entire Jiang City, whether it's on the surface or in the cultivation world. There's no way to touch it. Feng, do you see anything? Yun Nuoxing said, it's like a trace left by something. It's just a strand of aura left behind by it. The body? I don't know. As far as we know, there are more than 100,000 things that can achieve this effect. That's true. Hui nodded. However, at the same time, they could easily get rid of this negative aura. What they were concerned about was the cloaked girl who was purifying the aura along the way. She was a mysterious figure who had traces of energy and rule modification, and it was quite obvious. She ran away. The little girl spied unscrupulously from the angle of the void. She watched the cloaked girl deal with the negative aura in a block. She took advantage of the 5 people around her to disappear in an instant and then appeared on the other side of Jiang City. They also watched the cloaked girl being busy in various places of Jiang City, and she gradually became irritable. At first, she used quite normal methods, sprinkling a handful of ashes, purifying an area, and so on. After a dozen times, she suddenly stopped sprinkling the ashes. She directly grabbed the negative aura with her hands, clenched her fists, and punched it into bubbles, not even leaving the ashes behind. I've used up all the things so quickly. Now I have to use my hands. The cloaked girl looked at her hands, sighed, and resigned to fate. She tightened her cloak and continued to run to the next place. As she ran, she muttered, "Bonus? Bonus. This year's bonus will probably be used to buy all kinds of necessities. It's another big hole. I can't go shopping and eat. Oh, so she's used up all the items." Hui suddenly understood and said, "I feel like there are a lot of things to complain about, but it's hard to say clearly. Where is she?" While he was muttering, his line of sight was lost for less than half a second. Suddenly, he realized that the cloaked girl who was strolling on the street had disappeared without a trace. "I didn't use the law to lock on, I lost her." Yun Nuoxing blinked and tried to scan the surroundings a few times, but she couldn't find the girl's figure. After all, she was a person who had traces of law and energy modification. They suspected that she was an energy life form. In fact, they didn't use any auxiliary means. They just used their eyes to look. At most, they eliminated a relatively direct sense of being watched, making it difficult for her to find. They didn't expect to suddenly lose her. "Feng, let's go to other places. For example, places with negative auras. Since she has to deal with those, she should appear again." When Hui said this, he dragged Zhou Zibai down and fell quickly. The unprepared straight fall made Zhou Zibai scream again. "Sure enough, I still can't get used to straight falling and falling." Zhou Zibai sighed bitterly in her heart with tears in her eyes. After the 4 of them disappeared, the cloaked girl suddenly appeared at the corner of the alley. She looked around suspiciously and couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why do I feel like something is watching me today? Moreover, I can't find the person. It can't be that the higher-up sent people to help me, and they're sneakily watching me from the side, right?" the cloaked girl muttered. Suddenly, she rolled up her sleeves and clenched her slender fists, revealing a terrifying smile. "Then, if I find them, I'll give them a good beating." The place where they landed was next to the river in Jiang City. Both sides of the river were flat and spacious, and similarly deserted long streets. The main roads on both sides of the river were straight, and there was no fork in the road for a few miles. It was normal for this kind of deserted place to have that kind of strange negative aura. Perhaps it was because it was easier to gather and spread in a sparsely populated place. The closer to the outskirts of the city, the more obvious the traces of its existence would be. Fortunately, there weren't many people in this place. When they fell in a straight line, they really fell and didn't suddenly appear on the road. If this scene was seen by others, then it would be hard to explain. "The dark aura in this area seems to be stronger?" Between the main road and the river, there was a sidewalk that was a few meters wide, and a large green belt that was also a few meters wide. However, the green belt on this side was obviously not taken care of, and it had been abandoned. Dead branches and leaves were scattered all over the ground. This should be caused by that strange aura, and it had little to do with the lack of care. It's probably one of the largest in Jiang City. Yun Nuoxing nodded, turned around and walked to Zhou Zhibai, who was squatting on the roadbed and retching. Are you okay? Zhou Zhibai raised her head and showed him a green face. Ugh, my heart is not good. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the little girl's head, letting a weak pure energy soothe her stomach and head that were already overturned. Just as he was about to casually deal with that aura, a roaring sound suddenly interrupted the quiet atmosphere of the four of them. The four of them turned their eyes at the same time. A red sports car of an unknown brand suddenly rushed out of the road. It really did rush out. 10 seconds ago, this road was clearly empty, and there was no end to it. They didn't know where this thing came out of, and the sound was very loud. The roaring sound was like a series of explosions. Moreover, it was speeding on the sidewalk, and it didn't seem to have any intention of slowing down at all to rush towards the four of them. Feng, look at this speed, this power, and this momentum of rushing towards us. Just looking at it makes me want to kick it. Did it accelerate? I'm afraid it's over 200 or 300 miles per hour. After Zhou Zhibai finished retching, she came back to her senses and saw that the red shadow seemed to be rushing towards them at 3 times the speed. She was so scared that she took 2 steps back on the grass. Aren't you afraid of rushing into the river? Feng, don't move. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to take 2 steps to get out of the way, Hui hurriedly shouted, just stand there, right, aim a little, so that it can hit us right in the middle. Yun Nuoxing, are you crazy? Even if the sun shines on your face, nothing will happen to you. It's just a pile of high-speed scrap metal. Go ahead and hit it. Tell me how it feels. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and took 2 steps to the side, indicating that he didn't want to accompany him. But unfortunately, the sports car that had turned into a shadow and was still accelerating slowly deviated from its direction. It was right in the middle of the car, and he was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously said, "Are you deliberately looking for a collision?" Although I don't think the driver meant it that way, Zhou Zhibai said calmly. She was already quite calm. Even if the speed of the car was 10 times faster and dozens of times heavier, it probably wouldn't be able to hit the person in front of her. Whether it was intentional or not, it was too late to slow down. Unless Yun Nuoxing deliberately dodged, they would definitely hit it, and it would be a disaster like an egg hitting a rock. Then, the 3 unscrupulous fellows stood calmly at the side and watched the roaring sports car get closer and closer to Yun Nuoxing. They couldn't see the expression of the person in the car, but looking at the way it kept accelerating, they thought that it was going to send the former to the sky. As far as common sense and theory was concerned, whether a high-speed sports car or a motionless person was more sturdy, the answer was self-evident. However, this time there was a slight accident. Translator's note: as for Yun Nuoxing himself, he wanted to dodge. The fact that the attack was ineffective didn't mean that he liked to take the attack's effect. That was what Hui wanted to do. He liked to hit people and not be hit, so it was reasonable for him to dodge. So, just as he took a step to the side, he saw that the other side had adjusted its angle slightly and was charging straight at him. That was why he was energized. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that he was in someone else's world, he would have already activated the magic circle or taken out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. How the enemy charging at him died. Everyone at the Void front line saw it for themselves. At this moment, he planned to use a simple method to deal with it, such as, hey, don't just stand there, quickly dodge. Bang! A loud noise, but it wasn't the loud noise caused by Yun Nuoxing and the red shadow. At the critical moment, a white shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily a little more than a meter in front of Yun Nuoxing. It hit the hood of the red sports car, and the latter instantly disintegrated, turning into dozens of pieces that continued to fly forward. The parts that fell to the ground exploded a few dozen meters away, probably due to the explosion of the fuel tank. There was also a shockwave, but no one knew if the shockwave was caused by the object that fell from the sky or the disintegration of the car like a cannon. Several parts of the car flew out and almost reached the other side of the river. "Ah, fireworks worth millions," Zhou Zhibai said calmly. She was really calm. After all, there was an invisible energy barrier in front of her. She looked at the barrier blocking the shockwave, so she was completely calm. Even if a piece of debris flew past her, she was not scared at all. The ground in front of Yun Nuoxing was cracked, and there were circles of cracks. It should be a 7 or 8 meter pit, but it didn't collapse. In front of her, the front 1/3 of the car was still there, and there was a seat. The person on the seat had obviously fainted. It was obviously abnormal for him to faint after such a collision. He should be protected by some kind of power. For example, the girl in the white robe, the white cloak that fell from the sky. The young girl kicked the non-combustible garbage that had turned into a pile of scrap metal in a second and kicked it away from the center of the road. She swung her hand and threw the person onto the grass. Then, she instantly jumped in front of Yun Nuoxing. "Hey, are you okay?" Yun Nuoxing pointed at herself. "Do I look like I'm not okay? Why didn't you dodge if you were okay? If I came 0.3 seconds later, you would have flown into the sky." Hui and the other two covered their mouth. They really wanted to say, "If you didn't come, the red car might have been even worse." The energy light that lingered on Yun Nuoxing's body had its own counterattack. She had just rushed up, and the ground had already sunk. However, the girl in the cloak really came over. It seemed that she had just arrived here and saw the impending disaster, so she stopped it. "You strange." The girl in the cloak suddenly froze as she spoke. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and couldn't help but frown. The angle that she looked up at, and the face that she had a slight impression of. "You? Have we met before?" It had only been an hour or so, and this girl had already forgotten about them. It seemed that she was really in a hurry and didn't care about anything. She was slightly similar to them. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment, and a plan emerged in her heart. She put her palms together and said to the girl, "Taoist priest, exorcism?" "Ah." The girl in the cloak instantly understood and jumped up. She almost hit his chin with her head. She pointed at him and shouted, "You guys followed me? It's obvious. We were just wandering around here." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and pointed at the driver that she had thrown on the grass like trash. "Let's not talk about this first. Who is that?" "How would I know?" The girl in the cloak suddenly changed the topic and looked at the fainted guy lying there. "Racing on the sidewalk. Have people become so savage these years? I just came here and saw you guys." So who are you guys?" Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Why did this girl come back to the topic again? "Phone, this person is still alive." Hui waved his hand and Yun Nuoxing walked over. The girl quickly reached out her hand, but she didn't catch it. She had no choice but to follow. The person who survived was obviously a young man in his 20s or 30s. There were no wounds on his body. He was wearing ordinary clothes, casual clothes, and a pair of slippers. At this moment, one of the slippers had already flown out. As for the others, they couldn't do anything because the person was unconscious. The life in this place was a little too weak. They hadn't recovered from the state where they would explode at the slightest touch. The level of energy used at this moment was still quite high. If they used their means to search the young man's memory or something, his soul would probably be burned up as soon as they touched him. "Don't look. He's not dead." The girl circled around and jumped into Yun Nuoxing's line of sight. She bent down and looked up at them from below. "You guys don't look like ordinary people, right?" Hui waved his hand vigorously. No, we're just ordinary people." Ordinary people can't not dodge a car that's going at more than 400 kilometers per hour. When the scene explodes, they can still maintain a calm attitude. The girl in the cloak giggled. Suddenly, she moved closer to Yun Nuashing. Come and help. I have a reward, and it's definitely something you can't imagine. There won't be any danger. We hurriedly moved closer and pretended to be very nervous. You tell us first. We'll listen. If the situation isn't right, we'll refuse. No. If you listen, you have to help me. The girl in the cloak shook her head vigorously. Her blonde hair swayed. She clenched her hands and said very seriously, "This is a very important matter. If it weren't for the fact that you guys aren't ordinary people and seem to be very free, I wouldn't have come to you guys." Hui smiled bitterly. How were they very free? Well, they were on vacation. In fact, they were quite free for the time being. To put it simply, we're actually looking for something. We haven't agreed yet. If you don't open your mouth, isn't that a yes? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Hui. She's as good as you. I'm talking about action. Isn't talking to yourself your talent? Hui bared his teeth at her. Okay, we're indeed quite free now. But for you to randomly find a coolie on the street, we're really a little. Hui forced himself to stop talking. After thinking for a long time, he replaced the word pain in the ass with new words. We're a little at a loss. So, what are you looking for? I don't know. The girl in the cloak shook her head. Yun Nuashing and the others. If they didn't know that this girl wasn't human, they would definitely suspect that some girl had nothing better to do and was playing a joke on them. Because I don't know, I'm looking for help. The girl in the cloak scratched her head and knocked it with her hand to act cute. Hey, Hui. Retreat. Don't. I really don't know what it is, but if I see it, I can recognize it immediately. This is the only thing I'm sure of. If that thing falls into the hands of someone with bad intentions, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. If it's not handled properly, my bonus this year will definitely go down the drain. When that time comes, I can only sit alone in a corner and be battered by the wind and rain, disappearing without dignity. But that's not the point. What's important is that the place you live will definitely be turned into a mess because of that thing. It might even be destroyed tomorrow. So you must help me. Phew. Let me catch my breath. Zhou Zhibai. Okay, just now when Mr. Hui said that she was not a human, she was a little hesitant and did not accept it. Now she understood. A sentence without a breath and only a breath, this was something that no human could do. Yun Nuashing looked at the girl in the cloak, who was hugging her right leg and crying pitifully. She rolled her eyes. You've said so much. Why don't you tell us what that thing is? How do we find it? Do you have any clues? Yes, there must be. The girl suddenly jumped up and pointed to a green field in front of them. It will leave this trace wherever it appears. You should be able to see it, right? Yun Nuashing and the others turned their gazes. The place the girl pointed to was the place where the dark aura remained. And at this moment, there were some abnormal changes, which only appeared after she arrived. The girl rushed up before the aura jumped out. She grabbed the air quickly and punched with her slender hand, shattering the aura in front of her into pieces. It's actually very easy to eliminate it. The difficult part is... The girl in the cloak scratched her head. I don't know where it went. Why is there an energy leak? It even seems to be moving. I don't know. She turned around, clapped her hands together, and said to Yun Nuashing, Help me, beautiful big brother. We couldn't help but exclaim, It's rare that someone can recognize it. Chapter 1775. To be honest, we felt that the caped girl who was jumping around in front of him was the kind of person who forgot to bring a bottle of soy sauce when she went out and forgot to bring her house key when she returned. She suddenly appeared and involved them in something. Although they were bored and wanted to have some fun, they didn't mind. Besides, they were a little interested in her, so they didn't mind. However, they still wanted to say that they were passive and had a precondition, so they accepted it. If it were someone else, they might have just left. Good heavens! They accepted a mission to find something, and the mission description did not give any other clues except for the disaster traces left behind by the thing. It was like he was pointing to the chaotic void at everyone in the void frontline. Go, find it. The result was that he was slapped into the chaotic void by foam. He did not add a few seals and debuffs on the way. That was because Foam did not want him to die and was merciful. He shook his head and threw away the terrible thought. He spread his hands and said to the caped girl, "Well, little girl who seems to be unable to provide any useful clues, tell me what you originally planned to do and how you plan to deal with it." "Actually, The girl suddenly broke out in cold sweat. She lowered her head and stammered. "Are you going to say that you have no idea at all?" He narrowed his eyes and guessed with a faint smile. No, I definitely have an idea." The girl quickly jumped up and waved her hands. "First, we will deal with the traces left behind, and then we will follow the traces and keep searching?" the little girl suddenly asked. Seeing the cloaked girl nod awkwardly, the little girl's expression immediately became a little strange. Isn't this method the same as hers? Running all over the great Origin realm, chasing the traces here and there. This time, it's just a small place. There is no better way for now. This is the only way. The caped girl scratched her head. Let's talk as we walk. There are still many places to deal with. After the 5 of them left, there was only the tragic scene of the car accident. Dozens of pieces of debris were placed on the ground, swaying and creaking in the strong wind by the river. When they left, they put out the fire, leaving behind a charred area. About a minute later, the young man who was thrown on the turf like a piece of trash suddenly shuddered and jumped up from the ground like a carp. He shook his body for a while, as if he was having convulsions. Lowering his head to look around, he hurriedly looked for the other missing slipper. "The wind is bleak and the water is cold. I really want to go home." After a long while, the young man sat on the seat that was thrown aside with one of his legs crossed. Looking at the sports car that only 1/3 of its original body was left in front of him, he revealed a bleak expression. His voice was full of bewilderment and haggardness. He let out a long sigh and touched his body a few times before taking out a pair of earphones that were fortunately not broken from his trouser pocket and put them on his ears. His tone was bleak and tired. "Hey, that's me. I've confirmed that there are people in Jiang City looking for traces of that thing. 100%, and it's powerful? No, at least we can confirm that there is a monster on the other side. Get someone to clean up the scene. 1/3 of my treasure has evaporated, 1/3 is embedded in the ground, and 1/3 is in the river. If you don't reimburse me, I'll retire immediately." "No, wait, don't claim it. I'm going to retire right away. I can't handle this. Don't yell at me. It's settled. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." The young man pinched the 2 wireless headphones and crushed them with both hands. He continued to look down at the debris in front of him with a melancholy expression. My car." He then looked back at the parts that were floating in the river and drifting away with the river. He could not help but shed tears. There are thousands of roads. It's safe. Mama, I won't race anymore. At this moment, the group of people who had just shattered the young man's worldview into a mess were jumping up and down in Jiang City. They ran all over the city. Occasionally, they would go to the sewers, or break into people's houses, or directly rush into other people's company buildings. They were simply stirring up the entire city into a pool of muddy water. On the surface, a lot of effort was saved due to the presence of a certain eldest daughter of the Zhou family. But even so, it still attracted a lot of people's attention. These things are normal. I'm used to it. Zhou Zibai was floating 3,000 meters in the sky. She glanced at the sesame-sized house below and shivered. She quickly hugged Yun Nuoxing. "We're not as carefree as we look on the surface. Our every move will be watched. Some people will find ways to watch us. If there's any movement, the information will appear on other people's tables in a few minutes. If I'm not surprised, many people should know that I followed you all over Jiang City today. But you don't have to worry about it. Those things are not important. Zhou Zhibai looked down again and shivered. Compared to that, how long do we have to fly? This smart girl seemed to be afraid of nothing. She just couldn't stand the feeling of being hung in the sky. Standing high, you can see further. I don't think this is high. We can only overlook the entire city. This place is round. It's even harder to see further. How about we fly higher? We looked down at the entire city and remembered the places that were entangled by the dark aura. He gave Zhou Zhibai a thumbs up. How about going to the top of the atmosphere to see the stars? No. No, thank you. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. She might be dead if she went there. Come to think of it. We turned around and looked at the ground below. The dark aura in Jiang City had mostly been eliminated during their half a day of work. However, when he tried to look into the distance along the main roads leading to the outskirts of the city, the outskirts, and the barren mountains, the dark aura was constantly emitting out like smoke from kitchen chimneys. Some of them had already reached a rather large scale. It's strange. The day we landed, I didn't seem to see such an exaggerated extent. We communicated with Feng in his soul, or did I just look at the scenery and didn't notice? Yun Nuoxing and the little girl both rolled their eyes. This guy was indeed looking at the scenery and didn't even know that he had fallen into the ground. However, it was not to the extent that he couldn't see it. They really didn't see this dense dark aura that day. These things weren't here at first, at least not a few days ago. Yun Nuoxing looked at the cloaked girl who was sweating profusely. Do you know anything? It only appeared a while after it left. In the beginning, the scale of the remnant aura was so small that even you and I couldn't detect it. By the time it grew to the point where it could be easily detected, some time had already passed. The corners of the cloaked girl's mouth trembled slightly, revealing a rather distressed expression. But why are there so many traces? It's moving too frequently, and each trace is clearer than the previous one. It also contains more energy. Its seal has been broken and more energy is leaking out. Well, this girl was starting to panic again. Now she was already muttering about her bonus, performance, and so on. We couldn't help but whisper in her ear, what happened to maintaining world peace? The cloaked girl tilted her head and rolled her eyes at him. Maintaining world peace also requires strength. If I don't have any achievements, my bonus will be deducted, and I won't even be able to use my items. Now, I can only use my own hands to knock away those. Every time I touch those things, my hands feel numb and uncomfortable. Without items, I can't do a large-scale scan to search for them while maintaining my safety. Then, I'll change my direction. No matter how much I want to maintain world peace, I still need to eat. Well, I don't need to eat, but that's what I mean. Rushing forward while daydreaming without thinking while waving my hands is such a terrible thing that only a rookie would do. Hui smiled bitterly. He didn't want to mention it. This girl was quite magical. Well, at least they hadn't seen any life that could fly on this planet. When she just rose into the air in front of them, she didn't show any signs of nervousness when she saw them also rising into the air. At this moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly sounded, attracting the attention of Yun Nuoxing and the others. Zhou Zhibai, who was half stunned and half frightened, heard the sound of her mobile phone. She took it out with a trembling hand and put it to her ear. After hearing only one sentence, she handed the phone to Yun Nuoxing. "Feng Ling, it's for you. Oh, you guys are having a good time in Jiang City." As soon as Yun Nuoxing put her ear to the phone, she heard a familiar voice. She said softly, "Oh, it's you. What do you mean by having a good time?" Of course, it's the two things that made a loud bang by the river and ran around Jiang City like a ghost. It scared a dozen or so people and made them lose their mind. They thought they saw a ghost in broad daylight. The young man in blue sighed on the other end. "You guys seem to be dealing with something. You guys seem to be being watched. Who exactly is it?" I just asked Uncle Lu. He's not very clear. It seems that he's hiding very well. Being watched? Who would be so bored to watch us? The young man in blue was silent for a moment. It's about the car accident. Yun Nuoshing and the others all let out a long oh. When we got there, the people were already gone. The scene was cleaned up by a group of unidentified people. We followed the clues and didn't find anything too special. Wait a minute, Uncle Lu is looking for me. The young man in blue stopped talking for a while. He waited patiently for a while. Yun Nuoshing waited patiently for a minute. The voice on the other end sounded again. Oh, there's a little progress. Uncle Lu said that he found a group of strange people. If I'm not mistaken, they should be related to the people who drove the car and attacked you guys just now. As for their identity and what they're doing, we don't know anything. The people we caught used a little trick to get them to give us a place in Jiang City. Uncle Lu asked me to come and ask for your help. I heard that the other side is quite strong. The Alliance suffered a lot of losses when confronting them head-on. Ha! We responded at the side. We're also busy with other things here. Can't you handle this? I haven't recovered my strength yet. But it's not like I can't handle it. The young man in blue let out a few laughs. It's just that. There's something I can't leave. Well, the people living with me are on the verge of going berserk because a certain idiot hasn't been at home for a long time. They ordered me not to leave for 3 days. Otherwise, bang. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the other side. There were also a few shouts. Then, the voice of the young man in blue instantly panicked. Oh. That's it, I have something to do here. I'll hang up first. If I don't hang up, I'll die. This time, please help me first. The voice stopped abruptly. Yun Nuoshing and the others were a little silent. They looked at each other and sighed at the blue sky. That guy didn't have it easy. Do you have something to do? The cloaked girl stroked her blonde hair and said, Then let's go and take a look first. I'm not in a hurry here. Let me think if there's any way to speed things up. If we continue to deal with this slowly, I'm afraid that we won't even get to the door when something happens. So, this matter suddenly switched from the main line to a sideline. After all, that guy was also from the original 8 Elements realm. Since they met in the distant 3 Elements realm, it was fate. They would help as much as they could. After all, they were so idle that they were looking for fun. No, looking for things to do. There was nothing in the 3 Elements realm that could threaten them. Even in the Chaos Void, there was nothing that could do anything to them, not to mention that they were now on a planet with life, which was still in a sealed state. They could basically do whatever they wanted. If there was any trouble, they could just kill their way over. No. Although we have the Alliance as our backer, we can't attract too much attention. Zhou Zhibai understood the expressions of Yun Nuoshing and the others. She quickly grabbed his hand and shook her head. If we attract too much attention, it won't be easy for the higher-ups to respond to the public. It won't be easy to deal with the alliance of cultivators. We are people who are hiding in the dark. Zhou Zhibai, who had seen their strength, was really worried that they would get excited and collapse the ground. Then it would be an international incident. She didn't know whether it would be a natural disaster or someone secretly sabotaging. In any case, it was the same in Huaxia. Even if there was a slight disturbance, some people would keep talking about it. That's right. For some reason, the cloaked girl suddenly got excited. She put her hands on her hips and said with an arrogant face, "We have to do things neatly and neatly. We don't leave any traces behind. When we're done, we have to leave for the people in the shadows. I'm just talking nonsense. It's fine as long as it sounds that way." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. To hell with the people in the shadows. I'm going to be unparalleled and give this place to. Don't be unparalleled. If you are unparalleled, all of us will be in trouble. Hui pressed down hard on the guy who was about to get to the top of his head. He waved his hand and fell to the ground. Anyway, we have to do that, something. Let's go. Seeing the two falling quickly with one person, Zhou Zibai began to scream again. The cloaked girl scratched her head and looked confused. Why are they suddenly more excited than me? Oh, don't mind them. They're just like that. They'll get excited for no reason, and they'll suddenly get excited for no reason. The little girl shrugged and followed him leisurely. It was a moonless and windy night. It was quiet all around. The rotten smell of rust and old water lingered at the tip of his nose. The air here was mixed with more strange smells, which made him feel nauseous. He opened his eyes and looked around. Even though he had adapted to the darkness of the night, he could see the outline of a lot of things in a mess. However, he couldn't see more clearly. There were street lamps outside, but they had already been smashed. There were a few openings on the wall that were a few meters high. The cold wind came in through the broken glass windows and blew in the empty space. It brought a gust of cold wind that made him shiver. He really hoped that those people would leave him a coat so that he wouldn't be frozen here like a grandson. In the late autumn night, the air was cold when it poured into his lungs, forcing him to stay awake. There seemed to be a distant light in the darkness, but it was just a flash. It was probably the lights of a car on the side of the road. Unfortunately, it was too far away. He was locked in an empty big iron sheet, and the people in the car were also locked in a small iron sheet. There was still a long distance between them. Even if he tried his best to make some noise, it probably wouldn't be noticed. His hands that were tied behind his back moved slightly. He wanted to get warm, and he also wanted to scratch his back that suddenly itched. He had no choice but to move his body and rub it against the pillar next to him. He couldn't adjust the angle well, and he even pinched his flesh. It was so painful that he sucked in a cold breath. How did things become like this? He didn't know. He couldn't be sure. It was just very inexplicable. It was a little strange. Today, when he passed by the rundown house, he was caught sneezing. He didn't know why, but 7 or 8 men in black swarmed him and pinned him to the ground. His posture looked like he was about to be taken to the police station and handcuffed to the radiator. However, he was just an ordinary student. The only bad thing he had done so far was to peek at the love letter left on the podium. He didn't know who left it there, but at that time no one should have seen it. While his imagination was running wild, when he came back to his senses, he was already thrown into this godforsaken place. When there was light in the afternoon, he could still see this place, but now it was dark. He couldn't see anything. He didn't know what was going to happen, and he didn't know why he was caught and thrown here. If he was going to be beaten up, he might have some idea of what he had offended, what he had done wrong, or what he had seen. But how could they tie him up and throw him to the side? He wouldn't freeze to death in this godforsaken place, would he? Well, I can't hide anymore. If I continue to hide, I'll become a popsicle before I can find a chance. He took a deep breath and gathered a stream of air around his body. A weak stream of energy circulated in his body, spreading heat throughout his body, making him feel much better. While he was doing this, he looked around vigilantly, paying particular attention to the door of the abandoned factory. If it opened with a bang, he would have to quickly retract his spirit energy. This was the only special thing about him. However, he had never used his spiritual energy in front of anyone. Currently, he was just an honest student. Heroes and saving the world had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to do something that would endanger his life. It was better to be an honest student. He would graduate, practice, and work honestly. He would put this matter in the bottom of his heart and pretend that nothing had happened. That would be enough. He would hide his fantasies and dreams deep in his dreams. This was the most ordinary life that belonged to him. But it's still cold. He sighed secretly. At this time, no one had come to deal with him. Should he have run away from the beginning? No, what if there was someone outside? Should he sneak out now in the dark? Just as he was thinking about whether or not to take action, a dazzling bright red light suddenly reflected on the wall in front of him. It was getting more and more obvious, more and more dazzling. It was so dazzling that even the weak reflection of the light made him have to close his eyes. Boom! It was as if a few hundred tons of bombs had exploded, and the sound came from a few hundred meters away. The impact, it wasn't too violent. Most of it was just sound. This was very abnormal. This was very unscientific. It was as if the impact was all restrained, but the sound was not suppressed. "Grandson, get up and come and hit me!" A clamor sounded outside the factory, loud and clear with the explosion, tearing through the cold wind of the night. Then, he heard a burst of gunfire and the sound of gunfire. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't rush out rashly. Otherwise, he might have been shot into a sieve by a shuttle of bullet. What's wrong? Is there an attack outside? He quickly calmed down. The uneasiness that had been dormant jumped out again, making him a little excited and nervous. He thought for a moment and gathered his spiritual aura on his hand. He broke free of his tied hands and tore off the tape on his mouth. Just as he was about to take 2 steps forward, the wall not far from his left side suddenly, clang. The entire wall was violently torn down. Gravel and iron sheets fell to the ground with a pitter-patter, and the ceiling shook. Then, a gorgeous figure walked in through the gap. She looked around and suddenly quickly walked inside. She said to a certain guy lying on the ground, "Don't play dead. Hurry up and get up. Let's go." He quickly opened his eyes and sat up. The gorgeous figure rushed into his line of sight, causing his breathing to stagnate. This girl was so beautiful. She really touched his heart. It was like the warm spring sun shining into his heart, making no, now wasn't the time to talk about this. "Aren't you in cahoots with the people here?" "In cahoots?" Yun Nuoshing turned around and used her thumb to point at the place where the flames soared into the sky. "Look at this commotion. It's as if they want to sink the entire place into the sea. Do you think we're in cahoots?" Amidst the rumbling sound, there was an arrogant and wild laughter mixed in. There was also a group of strange screams and screams. He seemed to hear someone shouting "Mommy." It was really lively. "All right, kid. I just saw a weak guy trapped here, so I came over to take a look. If you're worried, come with us first and let them settle you down." His eyes flickered as he looked at the gorgeous figure. He lifted his feet and followed her in a daze. Chapter 1776. The moonlit sky was illuminated by the soaring flames. In the suburbs far away from the city center, the fire had engulfed several abandoned factories. The flames and heat waves were spreading. The howling wind was mixed with the roar of guns and the sound of bullets tearing through the air. The flames cast their elongated shadows on the walls of the factories that were not burned. He looked at the raging fire and subconsciously moved away from it. The heat waves licked at him and made his spiritual energy protection appear too weak. In the fire and the surrounding open space, he seemed to see figures lying on the ground. Rifles and submachine guns were scattered on the ground. This was the first time he saw such things. He tried to identify them. Well, actually, he did not need to identify them. He could tell that they were real just by listening to the sporadic gunshots around him. Are they just leaving them here? He looked at the people lying on the ground and could not help but ask, "Why? Do you know them?" "No, I don't know them." He shook his head slightly and looked around, trying to find the people who brought him here. "I was kidnapped by them today. They brought me here for no reason. Well, I'm a little concerned." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head slightly and glanced at the young man who was one step behind her. The young man. Well, the big boy, 10 or 21 or 22 years old. He should have reached the end of his growth period in terms of height. His face still looked childish, and he did not have a beard like a precocious boy. In short, he looked very young. "We are here to deal with this place. The people who are hiding here seem to be doing something terrible," Yun Nuoshing casually said to attract the big boy's attention. "So, why are you here? Why were you kidnapped?" "I don't know." The big boy scratched his head and recalled what happened today. "Today, other than peeking at someone's love letter, I didn't encounter any special situation. I went shopping in the afternoon and passed by a rundown house. I looked inside and sneezed. Then I was held down. Then I was kidnapped into a car and brought here." As he spoke, he spread out his hands. When he saw Yun Nuoshing's slightly stunned expression, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. "Ah, this girl is so beautiful even when she's stunned. TSK, that's why it's not the time to talk about this. That's all I know. You didn't meet any lunatics? And you didn't touch anything you shouldn't have?" Big Boy shook his head vigorously to clear himself of suspicion. Speaking of this matter, he was still confused. Too many things had happened today, so much so that it felt like a dream. In just half a day, he had been kidnapped and rescued. Now, he was watching the flames engulfing the abandoned factory, and there were people screaming, "Mommy!" over there. There was also a devilish laughter, which overlapped with the crackling of the flames and the heat waves of the wind. How exciting! This scene is really exciting. He couldn't help but take out his phone and take 2 pictures, planning to post them in his circle later. Then, the only thing I can think of is the spiritual energy on your body. Other than that, either you've offended someone and don't know, or you're an unlucky passerby who was involved. Big Boy's expression changed, and his phone was almost thrown into the sea of fire by his trembling hand. He looked at Yun Nuoshing with a bit of surprise and uncertainty. You can see the spiritual energy on my body? Could it be that you're also? I'm not, but I know that there are many lives like you. We came here because of the mission that those people issued at the last minute. While Yun Nuoshing was talking casually, they had already crossed the area formed by the sea of fire and came to a more open area. Zhou Zibai and the cloaked girl were waiting there. In front of them was a pile of people who had fainted or were tied up into a human pyramid. "Ah, you're back. These are the people you saw trapped inside? Are there any other guys?" When the cloaked girl saw Yun Nuoshing coming back, she threw away the person in her hand and went to greet them. She looked at Big Boy from head to toe and said, "He seems ordinary?" "He's just an ordinary child. God knows why they brought him in. There's no other life aura inside." While Yun Nuoshing was speaking, the few of them suddenly heard the roar of an engine. Turning their heads, in the spacious open space behind them, more than a dozen heavily armed vehicles rushed over from all directions. The car closest to them rushed to a meter in front of him, and the door also bounced open with the people inside. It was the people of the Alliance of Cultivators. A large group of people rushed out of the vehicles, and all of them were fully armed. They even took out their magical weapons. It was just that, when they saw the scene of the fire in front of them, they were stunned for a moment, wondering if they should put out the fire or help set it on fire. "Although that kid asked you to come and help, isn't this too big of a commotion?" Lu Weiran got out of one of the vehicles and walked to Yun Nuoshing. Looking at the group of people piled up in front of them like a human pyramid, his face twitched a few times. "Is everyone here?" Yun Nuoshing raised his hand and pointed at the fire. "Hui is still beating people up inside. He will probably come out in another minute." Hearing this, Lu Weiran sighed. "Did you get anything out of them? I don't know where this strange organization got such a large number of armed forces." He looked at the 100 or 200 guns piled up on the ground, and his face twitched again. "They're not ordinary people. Even the bullets they use are specially designed to deal with cultivators. No. When these people came out, they were all unconscious. Even if we wanted to ask them, there's no one to ask." The one who spoke was the cloaked girl. She shrugged at everyone. "Just take them away for interrogation. By the way, there's also an unlucky brat who got involved. You can deal with him as well." Big Boy smiled bitterly. "What the hell is a brat? You obviously look younger, right?" "Phone. It's done. Hey, someone's coming to clean up. Just in time. You guys can go and put out the fire." We walked out of the place illuminated by the sea of fire unhurriedly, dragging dozens of figures behind him. Everyone looked at the sea of fire that stretched out for 100 meters and pondered in silence. Should they call for 100 fire brigade to come and help, or find 20 or 30 magical artifacts that could release water? They didn't understand, they didn't know, yes, they didn't know. Fortunately, the abandoned factory was surrounded by open space. The nearest distance was less than 50 meters away from the river, where the water source separated this area from the residential area of Jiang City. No matter how much the fire burned, it wouldn't affect the residential area. Hey, these people didn't bring anything with them. There's nothing in their pockets. I heard you guys say that they're a group of important members, but they look more like a group of handymen. They don't even have any information. After searching for half a day, I only found a coin from each of them. We flicked the coin with a ding sound and it landed on the place where 100 or 200 people were stacked together. Everyone looked at the large group of people and then looked at the 200 or 300 disarmed guns. They were a little bit silent. This place was heavily defended with heavy firepower. Only airplanes, tanks, and cannons were missing. Anyway, I'll leave this to you guys. I'm tired today. Go back and rest. We reached out and patted Lu Weiron's shoulder. He turned around and left with his people, leaving the group of people in the alliance looking at each other. Big Boy scratched his head. They left so quickly. We didn't even talk much. I don't even know who they are. Lu Weiron couldn't help but roll her eyes. She squatted on the ground and looked at the group of people piled together. She stood up and waved her hand. Call some people over. There are 100 or 200 people here. We can't handle it with just one team. This is great. We couldn't catch one person before, but now there are 100 or 200 captives who are still alive. It's a bit of a headache to have so many people. Sir, how do we explain this fire? Lu Weiron held her forehead and looked at the burning fire with pain. She pondered for a moment and sighed. Just say, the smuggled gasoline was improperly stored and accidentally ignited the abandoned factory. Just use a title to explain it away. The night passed quietly. When the sun came the next day, the fire in the suburbs last night had become the information that everyone who saw it exchanged information with each other. It was like a secret signal. The first thing they opened their mouth was, "Did you know that there was a big fire in the suburbs last night?" And so on. The newspaper and television were also broadcasting what happened last night on a loop. The images that were shown were already of the situation where the fire was soaring into the sky. The smuggled gasoline explosion. Uncle Lu can even think of this reason. I'm afraid there are hundreds of tons of gasoline used as bonfires to create such a mighty scene. The blue-clothed young man looked at the image on the television and jumped up from the sofa with a poof. He glanced at the information on the television. Some of the bodies seemed to be found in the almost burned abandoned factory. They were the people who went missing frequently during this period of time. There were no signs of life before the fire. He couldn't help but hold his chin and ponder. It's almost certain that the people who disappeared recently in Jiang City are related to them. Although the number doesn't exactly match, it's generally so. Jiang City, Sioux City, Lin City, Imperial City, Shanghai. The blue-clothed young man recited the names of 30 to 40 places. He sighed and scratched his head. This range is too big. Uncle Lu will probably be too busy. Not every place is like Jiang City, where there are abnormal people guarding it. In recent years, they had not encountered an incident of this scale. First of all, they could confirm that the other party was a team. If there were no accidents, the internal members were not ordinary people. There were also some dangerous people among them. They went back and forth in China, and there were obvious movements in 30 to 40 places. However, it was difficult to find them. They did not know where the other party got so many troops from. The alliance of cultivators spent a Herculean effort but could not find any traces of the flow of goods. The guns that Uncle Lu and the others seized last night were obviously new models. It looked like they were haunted. It was as if the people on the other side all came out of the ground. The things in their hands were made of air. They did not need any supplies other than firearms and relied purely on photosynthesis to survive. Moreover, they only knew that they were indiscriminately arresting rogue cultivators. Those who went missing were most likely the same as what was said on the news. As for their purpose, no one knew. This was really preposterous. As expected, we have to deal with preposterous things using preposterous methods. The young man in blue stood up with a bang. He casually packed up and was ready to go out. After living here for more than 20 years, his thoughts had unknowingly returned to the state of this place. He had not had the time to use the memories that he had just obtained a few days ago. Moreover, he did not know when he would be able to use them again. This little troublemaker is too naughty. I have to teach him a good lesson. In this case, it's time to use some outside forces. Just as he finished packing up and was about to go out, a delicate voice suddenly rushed down from the second floor of the luxurious villa. "Where are you sneaking off to this time? Which little vixen are you going to see again?" The young man in blue was calm and composed. He rushed out of the door without even changing his shoes in the Zhou family's villa in the suburbs of Jiang City. Due to last night's big commotion, everyone seemed to have released some pressure and had a good night's sleep. When they came downstairs in the morning, they saw Yun Nuoxing curled up on the sofa like a sculpture. When she saw them coming down, she turned her head and gestured to them. "Hey, you didn't sleep all night?" The girl in the cloak jumped onto the sofa and sat next to him. She said earnestly, "Young people should pay more attention to rest. It's late at night. Naturally, you should have a good rest." "I don't need to sleep." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and used her chin to point at the unfinished broadcast on the TV. Several people turned their heads and looked at it. What happened last night has been spread out." Hui scratched his cheek. "Generally speaking, that kind of thing should be suppressed as much as possible. Just pretend that nothing happened and don't say anything. That's impossible." Zhou Zhibai had more or less adapted to the situation of several people who were obviously powerful but lacked some common sense. She explained, "Now, as long as there is a little big movement, it will be known by everyone. What's more, last night's disturbance was in the suburbs, which is not particularly far away. Many people must have known at night. There is no way to suppress it. Even if some other facts are used to cover it up, it must be broadcasted." Zhou Zhibai paused. "Although some people will doubt it and make an issue out of it, as long as the general direction is not deviated, there will be no problem. But what about gasoline? Even if hundreds of tons of gasoline were used to create the effect, she was very curious about how the fire last night burned. Last night, she was just arranged to hide in the back. She saw Feng Ling and Mr. Hui stand up and rush forward. The enemy flew out, and then the whole world rumbled, and the fire came out. Well, she actually didn't know what happened." Hui touched his chin and thought. "If I throw a meteorite into the city, the next day the surface of the earth will be gone." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "You always say that I'm making big news. Don't you have a brain full of explosions? Well, let's seriously discuss it." Hui also leaned on the sofa and stretched. He was about to casually chat with Feng Ling. Suddenly, he saw that the girl in the cloak's expression was a little strange. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did you find any traces?" The girl in the cloak came back to her senses and suddenly showed an embarrassed smile. Her face was full of sweat. "Oh, I forgot a very important thing. In the fire yesterday, there seems to be the remnants of that thing's aura." As soon as these words came out, the air in the hall suddenly froze. Yun Nuoxing also slowly turned her head to look at someone's delicate face. She calmly said, "I'm not going to help? Don't." This was the first time we saw someone who could jump up from the sofa, flip in the air for 3.5 times, and then fall down on the sofa with a perfect kneeling position. I was just surprised yesterday. Well, accident, When you saw the scene of the fire, You suddenly became excited and forgot your purpose. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and continued to speak calmly. Because of this sentence, more and more sweat appeared on her face. Little girl, don't forget that this is about your own bonus. We don't care what this place becomes, so don't think that this condition will become my move. Don't. Zhou Zhibai suddenly moved to Yun Nuoshing's side and hugged his arm with both hands. She hurriedly said, more or less, you still have to care about E. Yun Nuoshing. No, this was obviously a question of words. This girl in the cloak was obviously a bit careless. Her brain was only half-threaded. If this continued, who knew how much time it would take? He just wanted to remind someone. Although to himself, it was completely because Hui was foolishly laughing by himself, and he couldn't do anything to Hui, so he was just accompanying him and laughing. As for being a little interested in the cloaked girl, could he just say that it was a 3-minute enthusiasm, and now the enthusiasm had already dissipated? Someone's coming. Yun Nuoshing suddenly stood up and walked in the direction of the door. Several people in the hall turned to look in the direction of the door. Just as he walked to the door, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Mr. Hui, open the door! We have something to do." The voice came on time, and Yun Nuoshing opened the door on time. 2 figures appeared in his line of sight. One was the blue-clothed young man who had inexplicably walked around the 8 elements realm and the 3rd element's realm, and the other was a petite and beautiful girl with a ponytail. However, at this time, the girl's mood seemed a bit gloomy, especially when she saw him open the door. Suddenly, she pointed at his face and shouted at the blue-clothed young man, "Who is this woman?" There was the sound of someone spitting out a mouthful of water in the hall. Judging by the sound, it should be made by the girl in the cloak. Although the other people were already used to it, they couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Their faces were as red as pig liver. Yun Nuoshing looked at the blue-clothed young man. He looked at the girl whose mood was unstable and whose mind was filled with a lot of terrible ideas that would make the air within 1,000,000 miles very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but ask the former, "Your girlfriend?" Cohabitation. I told you last time." The blue-clothed young man scratched his head awkwardly. He lowered his head and hurriedly said in the girl's ear, "Feng Ling is a man. Who are you lying to? No one on the street will believe you with this face of yours." She couldn't finish her sentence. Firstly, she felt that the atmosphere in the hall was not right at this moment. It was very funny. Secondly, she looked at Yun Nuoshing pulling down his collar and pinching his barely recognizable Adam's apple. Her pretty face suddenly showed a touch of embarrassment. "That? Are you really a man?" "Of course I am." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. He turned sideways and led the girl into the room. As he walked, he said, "Close the door. Tell me, is it the follow-up or a new trouble?" Can I say that it's both of them?" The blue-clothed young man grinned and showed a distressed look. "Now we are in big trouble. A group of ghost-like things are running around in Huaxia. They have ghost-like origins and ghost-like actions. Anyway, they look like ghosts. They come and go without a trace. I can't even find a trace. If it weren't for the camera that captured this group of ghost-like things to prove that they do exist, I would have suspected that it was haunted." After greeting Zhou Zhibai, the blue-clothed young man sat on the sofa in distress and held his face. "I have no clue, so I flew here early in the morning to ask for your help." "Within the specifications? Outside the specifications?" Hui asked straightforwardly with his arms crossed. "Probably we need some methods outside the specifications." The blue-clothed young man rubbed his forehead in distress. "After all, we have almost done everything that can be done within the specifications. Well, it just so happens that we have something else on our side. We can probably link the 2 things together." Hui turned his head and looked at the girl in the cloak. Seeing that the latter nodded, he felt relieved and said the matter. Looking for something, when the blue-clothed young man listened to them talk about the trouble that seemed to be linked together, he frowned for the first time. "Is it the one I told you about last time?" I don't know, at least we haven't encountered anything bizarre so far. Hui shook his head. The blue-clothed young man's face trembled. I don't think you should encounter those things. If the rules of heaven and earth dare to trouble you, aren't they looking for death? With the weak rules of the three elemental realm, it's not as simple as an egg hitting a rock to find trouble with the life that stands at the top of the order in the 8 elemental realm. It's not as simple as an egg hitting a rock. It's just, well, he didn't know what it was, anyway, it was to that extent. Let's not talk about that first. In that case, if the two are really connected, are they also looking for that thing of yours? Hui frowned. It's unlikely, right? The girl in the cloak raised her hand and said, that, it's actually possible. After all, this life's curiosity will always appear at inopportune times to disturb the peace of the world. She turned her head and used Yun Nuoxing's shoulder as a cushion to lean on. That thing has a very powerful energy, but ordinary, normal people would definitely not be able to use it in a normal way. It would only make things worse. Now I even suspect that the traces left all over the world are because it has been taken by someone with ulterior motives to torment it. Hui spread his hands. If they have taken it, why would there be traces left all over the place? They didn't listen to orders and ran out. The girl in the cloak shrugged. That thing is not so easy to deal with. If it completely loses control, the aura it releases at once can even sweep across the entire continent. Now that the aura it is releasing is getting more and more outrageous, I think it's not far from that time. As the girl spoke, she lowered her head and muttered, when that time comes it will have to collapse and restart. Everything will have to start all over again. I don't want to go through so much trouble. Which bastard is it? Don't let me catch you, or else. The hall was full of resentment. Yun Nuoxing said, so, in this kind of emergency you think of some special methods? The girl in the cloak hugged her head with both hands, slowly fading into gray. He and Hui sighed, forget it, let's use some unconventional methods.